before that, religion was organized in my life. It was what was taught to me. It was what I thought the right thing to do was. When he was in his last stage, there were things suggested to me which were, to me now, completely ridiculous, including going to a certain temple and feeding a cow of a certain color and, and doing a certain ritual at home. And all those things that one did without even thinking. Because as you said, when you spoke about the idiots on this planet, I was definitely one of those in that stage of my life. But sometimes you reach a critical stage where you seek any kind of desperate measure and you try to kind of hold on to any hope that even something that is advocated to you that goes against your grain of intelligence or thought. To those people, what is your advice? Who have reached the end of their rope and are hanging on and holding on to anything, be it religious, be it spiritual, or be it an unfounded piece of advice?
See, for all this, the fundamental basis of these kind of aspirations or actions is because people are just shit scared of life. Why is it so? It's like this. Suppose you sat on a bicycle on stand, and started simply pedaling for fun. But it came off the stand and started rolling. Anxiety, faster, fear, very fast, terror. The fundamental reason is, but someone who knows how to ride a bicycle, the faster it goes, the better it is. Right. But for someone who does not know how to ride a bicycle, the moment it moves, terror will happen. So the fundamental thing is just this, you have been given a very complex and sophisticated vehicle to pass through the process of this life, which is human mechanism. There is body, mind, emotion, energy, many dimensions to it. Essentially, this human mechanism is a very complex phenomenon. Now, you are going at it, you are trying to walk through life without understanding a thing about the vehicle that you're using. Every time it moves, there is terror. If it doesn't move, you want to die of boredom. If it moves, you're terrorized. There is no way out of it. Tell me one thing that human beings are not suffering. If they're poor, they suffer poverty. If they become rich, they suffer taxes. If they're not educated, they suffer that. You send them to school, endless suffering. They're not married, they suffer that. You get them married.
Yeah, I was heading to that next.
I didn't say a thing, they're the ones.
Well, that's an extreme validation of the institution.
So, tell me one thing that they're not suffering. So now somebody develops a philosophy, life is suffering. There are philosophies like this. Now it's not about life because you've not even touched life yet. All that you're dabbling with is right now your own thought and emotion, and it's going crazy. So you are on a bicycle that you don't know how to ride. But this is not just a simple two-wheeled bicycle, it's a complex machine. You don't know how to ride. You don't know how to manage your thought, you don't know how to manage your emotion. All these things, human experience is essentially happening from within you. Whether it's misery or joy, agony or ecstasy is happening from within you. At least what happens from within you must happen your way, isn't it? The world will not happen your way. But the problem now is, what happens within you is not happening your way. What's happening in your mind is a dream. Even your dream is not happening your way, that's the problem. The problem is not that your life is not happening your way, even your dream is not happening your way. And this is the source of their misery, but they think it's marriage, they think it's children, they think it's poverty. No, fundamentally, it is just that you are not happening the way you want yourself to be. That's all your misery is. So, even if you want to learn to ride a bicycle, it's a simple basic machine. It needs a certain level of attention and involvement, otherwise you can't ride a bicycle. Takes an enormous amount of intent to want to ride it, otherwise it's quite impossible to ride a bicycle. After you know how to ride it, you can let your hands off, you can close your eyes, do these things.
Pretty much like marriage. Because like wheels are turning but going nowhere at times.
No, no, I wouldn't like to make that statement because for many people they've gotten somewhere with marriage.
Yes, we'd like to find out where, but but on another forum.
The intervention in Libya was couched in benign terms. I could give you 100 interventions where the justification, objectively speaking, was on the basis that there was evidence either of genocide or evidence. I'm sitting in Rwanda. The international community stood by as the genocide against the Tutsi happened. Yet in the same year, they were intervening in West Africa. The construct of benign and malign is controlled and related to the question of narrative and strategic self-interest. We've often not paid enough attention, and thank you, Chairperson of the African Union, for educating us on how the international fora of decision-making, the Security Council and other fora, including at some stage how we transact within the International Criminal Court and other platforms. That evidence, and that was my point, we don't control data, we don't control digital platforms, we therefore are not controlling narrative in both analog and digital forms. What can practically be done? We do need to speak to Europeans, not as victims, because the erasure of the contribution in European consciousness of Africans to modernity and civility has constructed a white supremacist view that sees the evolution of modernity as a singularly European contribution. And it is only now that our young researchers are beginning to excavate the contributions of black people, of Africans, towards inventions. Because until now, the province of economy was not the province of black people. In my country, in Zimbabwe, when land was taken, a British court gave a judgment that said, the question before them and who owned the land, they said, one thing is certain, it cannot be the native because the native has no sense of ownership. It was on that basis that land was taken. Number two, on the question of economics, even we pejoratively only talk about our people as informal law, informal economy, yet the informal economy is formal. That's how India developed through its cottage industry. That's how we have a psychotic addiction to colonial definitions of what, and that's why Professor Ashraf is correct. It's not just a narrative about our contribution historically. It's a narrative about our contribution now. Our young people who developed M-Pesa, which is now being used globally, who developed Ushahidi, which has been used by over 300,000 organizations, including the Japanese, the US military, and the NATO forces, are never sufficiently credited. Why? Because it is not in the current psyche of most Europeans possible that Africans are anything else except the object of charity that deserve our mercy and our pity. Why? Because they're governed by tyrants, right? Or Africans are incapable of ethics. And we've constantly said that Switzerland, which received the Abacha loot, which received the loot from the then Zaire and now DRC, has constantly been ranked in anti-corruption indices as the cleanest country in the world. PLO and I are lawyers. The receipt of stolen property is theft at law. How is it that you will have Nigeria and Kenya ranked so far, and yet the country that receives the money ranked so up? I think that if you're changing narrative, you also have to change behavior. Our African leaders and citizens constantly confirm the European caricature, an object of pity. When we come into these spaces, we can never transact revolution in courtesy. I like to be civil, to be courteous, right? But each time I start pointing to atrocities committed by African governments, the Europeans and the Americans cheer me up. Each time I refer to the historical atrocities and continuing atrocities committed first by governments and by companies that are dumping cyanide into our underground water and nuclear waste, right? You know what it is said? This is retrogressive. It's undermining investment. It's again, listen, we cannot win the narrative battle by arguing in pockets. They are happy us talking about our localized, indigenized oppression. They are never happy us talking about the question of distribution and redistribution of the global economy, of global power. And what Nkrumah and others realized in 1963 at the founding conference, if Africa is not represented, if Africa does not own its narrative, but you can't own your narrative if your leadership is totally disconnected from its people. You can't own your narrative if your intellectuals are totally disconnected. We have underinvested in rural areas and slums where the majority of our people are. In fact, we treat them as security threats and they are over-policed. Number two, we have underinvested in our academic and research institutions. We'd rather bring McKinsey and bring Deloitte and Touch. They will help us do AU reform. Why? Because there are no African consultancies that we know. Even if they exist, we have no relationship with them to help us with AU reforms, with anything else. And this is not a pronouncement on McKinsey or Deloitte. It's a pronouncement on ourselves. We have not, as a leadership, begun to recognize that the native is capable of knowledge. The native is capable of economy. The native is capable of invention. You can't change the narrative if the starting premise is we're trying to be like Europe and to catch up. We can't change the narrative when we're constantly trying to learn from others without understanding, and I'll end with that. What William Tunga said, the former Chief Justice of Kenya. He says, let's not engage in this romanticist view that there can only be one way to learn. We first must indigenize knowledge. That's what I said. Learn from our culture and traditions. Number two, we must diversify who we learn from. We can not only learn from the West. We need to learn from everybody who has something to teach. Number three, we must domesticate what we learn. If we're going to learn anything, let's domesticate. I think the chairperson and the minister said it's consciousness. Narrative is first and foremost by realizing self-worth, self-belief, and looking inward, so that when you look outward, it is to supplement not a vacuous state of nothingness and inferiority, but it is to supplement a very stable, solid foundation where your culture, where your values, where your value for people is supported.
Chukwu okike abịama, Chukwu na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo, Chukwu mara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ mara onye ji ya. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udo mmiri ọ chọrọ ọzụọ. Gaa n'ogwe o mechi ụzọ osi mpịara na-azụ ụmụ igiriga ọgụ nke mmụọ. Ọ gịnị ka m ga-etu gị ka o zuolo gị? Asị m n'oge akara aka eluo, ịbụ mmụọ ka mmụọ, ibe ka ibe. Chukwu okike onye obiọma sị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ niile na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Mmụọ niile na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye elu. Tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra. Asị m n'ọnwụ unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme ime ọsị m nọ ya nọ n'etiti unu taa. Ọsọ unu binye enu n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ na nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye. Mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye. Oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye. Ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị nwaanyị na-ebe asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị amambara asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri nji aba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ọgba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị m gị binye. Oke arụsị na n'ike ojuru nwaanyị aga anị asị m gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Igirigi ọgụ mmụọ. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike. Asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efola. Asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efola. nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ. Asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka lụọ. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike. Ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike, na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike. Ọ ya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi Ọhamadike. Ọhamadike bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Ya bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ, otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile, ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya. Asị m unu binye n'isi ya, nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike. Napụta ya na Eke, napụta ya na Orie, napụta ya na Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ. Asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ, na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu gaa napụta Nnamdi Kanu na Eke, napụta ya na Orie, napụta ya na Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ. Asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma, ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lacha. Chukwu okike abịa ama, onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja, were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị Eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na Eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, Eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe, Oke ga-eketara ya ndụ, Oke ga-eketara ya Biafra, Oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe, Oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsọ ọ ga-apụta, ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị ilu ya ga-anọ n'ụla. Ọkwa na ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwensu? Asị m na mbọsọ ọ ga-apụta, ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra. Na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m ọbịara igbu Nnamdi Kanu gbuo onwe ya. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kwọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha. Osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee kwuo ya, na ike ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu aka, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe, asị m ikuku futuo gị. Anya ọbụla fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla, asị m alịla akọrọ ya n'anya. Onye fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya, ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya, maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị. Chukwu okike abịa ama, asị m na mberede nyiri dike, mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike. Asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose, ọ dadị ukwu ose enu. Na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu, mana ha ama mkpata ya aka. Ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido, jiri odido enyi ozu. Na ọkwanụ nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya, mana ha ama mfụ ya anya. Asị m na eje anaba isi ije. Asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana. Asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba, maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne. Inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu, maka na ọ bụ nwi. Asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi, echi anaghị agwụ agwụ. Maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri, ọ bụrụ eje nkụ. Asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri. Asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo. Asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere. Asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu, ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu, ga-tụnye ugo, ga-nye ya mmeri, ga-nye ya mmeri, ga-nye ya mmeri, tụnye ugo n'elu ugo, nye ike n'elu ike, nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ. Ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na efufe. Unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin, onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo na ofufe. Asị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ. Ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo, ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra, ka nwee ike wee kwuchie anyị ọnụ, ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ, ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ. Mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri, ndị nwe ikuku, ndị nwe anyanwụ, mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra. Asị m unu binyenu, asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a, ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a, ọkwa na unu ga-aga bori ahịa, ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya, maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule. Asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ. Eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo, mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo, asị m unu binye, maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri, onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu. Nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta. Onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri. Onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ. Onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya. Asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa, mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ. Asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị, na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya. Asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu, asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri, na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama.
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House Service coming to you via Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 24th day of the 6th month being June in the year of our Lord 2023. Tatabo Bochenkwo. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers, even do not deny your enemies, to come to listen to this hallowed platform, to this message of liberation. Today is Saturday, a day dedicated to discussions on religious matters. Therefore, we will never shy away from what is facing us, the reality. Because the restoration of Biafra, the genuine restoration of an independent nation of Biafra, starts with mental emancipation, or emancipation from mental slavery. Without it, we will also enter into another buffonic nation, which we will never allow. Because advancement, progress starts from the mind. Therefore, we must clear that mind. We must make sure that we clear it and manure it, so that once our nation is restored, everything will start growing. We start thinking and going in a progressive manner. Therefore, our leader remains Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon, albeit illegally, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been released. Today being the 24th is 2 years and 5 days of our leaders' illegal renditioning and incarceration. No matter, notwithstanding that even the Nigeria Appeal Court has released Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, discharged and acquitted. But Nigeria being a banana republic, it doesn't even obey her own law. Her own law. What makes a responsible country? A country enjoys sovereignty laws, the Westphalian sovereignty agreement from 16th century. Nigeria is enjoying it today. But what makes a responsible person or a responsible country? What constructs or constitutes a responsible country? Nigeria is never maintaining it, obeying the rule of law. Nigeria is never obedient to her own constitutions, to her own law, because self-determination is legal under Nigeria law. That is why no single member of IPOB has ever been sentenced or condemned by the Nigerian law. No. What they do, anywhere the Nigerian terrorist police or military sees a Biafran, they will kill him extrajudicially, because they know that if they take him to the court, the person will be freed, because the law is on our side in what we are doing. We are not doing anything illegal. But the caliphate does not understand what it means for a country to run under the rule of law. But today we must continue in our submissions on or discussions on religious matters. Therefore, without taking much time, I will introduce my co-host of today, Mazi Biko. Welcome to the program, Mazi.
There were Mazi. Good evening, Biafrans. And it's a pleasure to join the program tonight. Rather, this morning is already morning here. My name is Mazi Obieko. I am a Biafran, a member of indigenous people of Biafra in Australia. So I'm joining you this morning from Australia. A little bit about me. I think some of you know me. But I've been a member of indigenous people of Biafra officially since 2013 at least, 2012, pretty much right from the beginning. And it's very interesting to have seen how we've evolved over these years. A little bit more about me. I used to train to be a priest, but I used to be a Catholic minister. So I have bachelor's in philosophy, bachelor of theology. So after my resignation, I've also moved on to acquire master's in international community development, very closely related to international international relations. And my master's thesis focused on indigenous people of Biafra and its pursuit for self-determination. So I looked at the processes of decolonization and indigenization as in the context of the IPOB-led campaign for Biafra self-determination. So this is the area my thesis focused. I've also progressed to study law, and I'm currently completing my Juris Doctor, and I'm also a PhD candidate. So my life has been around studies, but not just that. I'm also a businessman. I'm a Biafran, so I am a businessman, and I have a small logistics business that I operate here. The issue about indigenous people of Biafra is something that I am passionate about. It's something that I direct my resources, both intellectual and otherwise, to its pursuit and to make sure that our people do not just get political independence, but we get freedom from everything that oppresses. That includes freedom from religious indoctrination. And this is the area, as I said, you could say I'm qualified, but it's more than that. It's an area I share great passion to help us, all of us. We are learning and relearning and reorienting our minds, freeing our mind from this intoxication that has over the centuries kept us underdeveloped in most cases, but kept us as slaves in our own minds. So freeing the mind, liberating the mind, decolonizing and deconstructing all these concepts that has held us as prisoners of our own conscience. It's very important to me. So I'm very happy to join tonight's event. Thank you, Mazi.
There were Mazi. You are highly welcome to today's discussions, and we must continue. Therefore, as I said and as I announced, before I go on, let me reiterate that tomorrow, being Sunday, the 25th day of June 2023, by 7:30 p.m., Mazi Chinasanworo will be on this hallowed platform in order to do justice to some expositions. Do not miss this all-important broadcast, please, as usual. Therefore, we must continue letting our enemy know that we understand their games. We are on top of their games, and we are 7 steps above them. Therefore, there is nothing they can do in order to outsmart us. They can outsmart Igbo politicians. They can outsmart Igbo elites. But we are IPOB, the indigenous people of Biafra. Before they can move any step, we have understood and known where they are heading to. That is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said that IPOB is indestructible. That comes, you want to destroy IPOB. Like the pig in the creek. He wanted to be a mole in our midst. Today, he will talk about Biafra to the highest bidder. Any person that is the highest bidder, he follows. Today, he thought that he have arrived. He's supporting them. He's the right-hand man of Tinubu. That is how is it. Yesterday, was talking about militancy. After he became his militancy, or he's talking about freedom fighter. But where it ends is where it ended is a pipeline guard. The caliphate outsmarted them and put war in their midst. in order to be running around the pipeline guard, the money behind it, guiding pipeline that is removing oil, crude oil. You are hunting to the enemy territory and you are happy about it. For us to understand who is who, do you see what foreign religion can cause human being? Do you think that Asari Dokubo, Asari Mujahid Dokubo, is more loyal to the Jokos more than to the caliphate of his new faith? Do you think so? The answer is no. The caliphate is able to control him more through his faith, through the Islam he is proclaiming. Because that is it. So that is one of the things we are talking about. And today we are going to go into the second part of Decolonizing the Mind, part 2, the second part, Decolonizing the Mind. That is going to be, or is the subject of our submission, because we are not going to take much time before going into it. And that is what we are doing now. Decolonizing. Decolonizing the mind, second part. Last Saturday we talked about it, the first part, even the other Saturday. I think today will be the third part of it, please, if I'm not mistaken. We must talk about it, decolonizing the mind, because that is where everything hinges. Decolonizing means taking back your identity. Literally, that is what it means. Taking back your identity, which also involves going back to your roots, becoming your original self, having self-worth. You can never be under colonization without being conquered. Once somebody or a group of people are colonized, you know that first of all they are conquered. Therefore, the decolonizing of the mindset means getting out from the mental conquest. That is what it means. We never run away from it. The colonizing of the minds is liberating the mind from the state of conquest. That is it. We must liberate our mind. The colonizing of the minds is liberating the mind from the state of conquest. That is it. We must liberate our mind. Not it. We must liberate our mind in order to think vibrant to society, because advancement of a people can never be achieved under slavery or colonization of any type. Therefore, maintaining a colonized mindset means remaining under subjugation and conquest, but this time in a more dangerous way, which is not physical. You know, because when you see chains around our necks, we will now understand, make vigorous efforts on how to do what? To remove the chains, because we are seeing it. But the colonization of the mind is not something that is seen, it's not physical. It is something that is there, but you even don't understand the fact that it is there. But your attitude, your behavior portrays that you are colonized. Your mindset is colonized. That is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started this preaching on this hallowed platform by making us, pushing us into thinking, critical thinking, subjugating everything to the altar of reason. That is the colonization of the mind. The way we see things, not being attached or not attaching sentiment or religion into it. You judge issues as it is. 1 + 1 becomes 2. It doesn't matter the language you say. It doesn't matter you are speaking it in Mandarin, in Chinese, or in Malay, or in Pashtun, or in Urdu, or in Hindi. It doesn't matter so full, and the 1 + 1 remains 2. That is scientific. So, but when you start saying, according to my belief, that is now, it becomes that you are colonized mentally. You understand? As I said, therefore, maintaining a colonized mindset means remaining under subjugation and conquest. But this time, in a more dangerous way, which is not physical. And we know that development starts from the mind. Development starts from the mind. That's it. The starting point of what you want to be is from your mind as a vision. You have a vision, you visualize something. Oh, this is what I want to be. That is from the mind, and you walk towards it. You walk towards it. When the mind is under colonization, it grossly affects your development because you are never free and without self-esteem. This is the same way the West, I mean the Western Hemisphere, the Western countries they are using their so-called version of compromise and distorted democracy in order to keep Africans in a perpetual cycle of subjugation. Why they evolve in a type of government that suits that organically, in a type of government that suits them organically. You understand? They control our political elites exclusively for their own benefits. They say they bring for us their version of democracy. But let me tell you, I've been saying it here. Do you know that in Europe today, there are 7 monarchies in Europe of today? They don't, but they will not tell you that. They come to you, push everybody in a situation whereby they say, this is the way you must go. That is colonization. But in Europe today, they have 7 monarchies. You understand? You have Denmark. Denmark is not a democracy. It's a monarch. It's not a republic. Norway also. Sweden. The United Kingdom. Kingdom of Spain. Spain is a kingdom also. You understand? The Netherlands and Belgium. These are not so democracies, so to say. But in Africa, they push people into what they want us to be. That is colonization. Because that system favors them. They can control us using that system. They don't want us to develop, to evolve organically as they did. Belgium, they have king. Spain, United Kingdom, they coronated King Charles the other day. But when in our land, they push us that we must be the way, to go the system they want us to be. Why? Because it's serving their purpose. Any person they want to put into power, after 4 years, they will do it. And you think that it is you, the people that are doing it through your PVC. What happened 2023? Didn't it give you the synopsis or the view of what they are doing? Today, Joe Biden has endorsed Tinubu. It's democracy now, isn't it? Because we didn't evolve organically. Therefore, they continue teaching us, controlling us. Whereas in Europe, their systems, they evolved in their system of governance. What suits them. That is why today they have 7 monarchs or 7 monarchies in Western Europe. In Europe, they have 3 countries that are principalities. Andorra is one of them. Liechtenstein is one of them, and Monaco. These are principalities. Do you remember when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu used to talk about Benin Empire? That he liked that Benin Empire to still exist as a separate principality. That is our natural system that should be bettered for the beauty of it, for us to be masters of our own future, of our own destiny. But because of this physical and mental colonization, we have moved away from the way we should be. You understand? And you know that Luxembourg is a grand duchy. Luxembourg is a grand duchy. And the Vatican City is a theocratic elective monarchy system ruled by the Pope. It's a theocracy. But all these things, they will never portray it to you. They will never portray it to you. They will come to Nigeria. No, your diversity is how do they? I don't know why I used to forget this their mantra. There is strength in your diversity. Who tell you that? We must have a value system, a common value focus, our natural system that, we are focused on. You understand? That's a focus. But, they push us to move away from it so that we continue being subjugated to mental control, colonized mindset, so that we continue being what they want us to be. You don't know that in Europe they have a theocratic country called the Vatican? You don't know that? But they are the people that will condemn other places, but they will not mention their own. It's working very well because it is natural. They evolved naturally. They modified the system to their own taste. People didn't come to influence it on them. No, they put it like that. We became programmed to see what is right and what is wrong through the Western mindset and vision. You understand? They program us to, to see what is right and what is wrong through through the Western mindset and through the religion they put us in Biafra land, which is Christianity. I was very, very sad to see. There's one video I watched on social media where one man, all these content creators, he was hired, one girl hired him in order to come and expose what the father is doing to her, a 33-year-old girl. I've watched the video, but some people also sent it to me. That man, he has been sleeping in Igbo land, I think in Enugu or something like that. He has been sleeping with his daughter since the wife died. 14 years, since the child was 14, a minor. 14 years till 33 years currently. And the father wanted to marry a new wife, another wife. And the girl was mad. He said, why you destroy me? I had 3 abortions with you, and you want to now go and marry another chap, another woman. It cannot happen. It is me and you, a child, a daughter with his father in Igbo land. I'm telling you. Do you know what baffled me? The man, when he was talking with the content creator, he said that he is a deacon in their church. And when the man was asking him, say, do you know what you do, this child abuse? I can call police. He said, are you judging me? Who are you to judge me? He said he's a deacon in a church, in their church. Are you going to judge me? Who are you to judge me? I look at that and say, what is happening? Because he's putting it from what the normal mantra, where we used to get, judge not, for you not to be judged. This is colonized mindset. Do you think that if we maintain our roots, that this man could have this, do this type of thing and get out and get away with it? Alagakubu immediately. He will be exiled, or there will be something terrible that will happen to the community until the community will understand what is happening, and they will either exile him forever. I'm telling you. But on a claim, right? Built always deacon. Now say, don't judge me. Don't judge me for you not to be judged. The normal useless mantra. That is how bad it is. Before I continue, because I will continue much more later, but let me bring in our brother, because I will talk about how Europe, starting from France, decolonized the minds of their people from religion, which is Christianity, and built a vibrant nation, which people are proud of today. People are listening to me from France, but they didn't know what happened. They didn't know how they fought in order to decolonize their mind, their people's mind. Today, we are going to learn about it. Mazi, let me stop here a bit. Pause here so that you come in. Mazi, please, over to you.
There were Mazi, Jonathan. You're on the right path. What our people do not recognize very often is the fact that you cannot truly have self-determination if your mind is yet to be decolonized or still colonized. Your mind has to be free for it to be free indeed. This was the mistakes that the so-called independent fathers, founding fathers, the mistake across Africa in many countries, they made the same mistake. And that was the fact that they thought, because mistakenly, they had that assumption that once the Europeans leave Africa, once the colonizers leave Africa and hand them over the power, somehow everything is all right, everything is under their control. But they forget that they were inheriting a system that had been designed and built with a purpose to keep you perpetually in bondage. And it's not enough to have so-called political and geographical or geopolitical independence. That true self-determination has to reflect thorough decolonization. And the process of decolonization as well, of course, necessitates that the people go through what you call indigenization. You have to reclaim your identity. You don't just decolonize, because then people think, oh, well, if we deconstruct everything that has been built, what is it that we're going to link to us? What other values we got in place? You must offer them the alternative. But the alternative must come from within them, from what is truly them. That's what's called indigenous, something that is indigenous. It must be built in your value system. And I like what you've just pointed out, Mazi, the fact that this task, this project we've embarked on, we are not the first. Most European countries, although not all of them were colonized at some point, but it was very obvious historically that they have to go through a process of emancipation religiously. They had to come out of the shackles of religious indoctrination for them to develop and be where they are today. We are not developing. We are not evolving, because we have found ourselves almost like caught within the web of lies and deception, designed by those that designed the place you call my country. People that fabricated that entity, they designed it in such a way that it will be perpetually dependent on them to maintain. So they have ongoing maintenance, which is more or less making it even toughening the system, making it harder for you to free your mind to come out of it. What Europe did is still what we are here to do. And I'm happy to say that's already what we started with indigenous people of Biafra leading the way. It's the decolonization of the mind. The chains are gone, the physical chains, but the mind is still a slave. And until the mind is free, until the mind is systematically decolonized, then we will start really developing. Because only design on the website. Somebody build on the website. You don't know anything about IT. How are you going to maintain your website? So what's the IT expert that you call on? Say, oh, so there's issue here, there's issue there, there's issue with my login details and all that. The IT expert, those that design the website or those that are expert on that, they'll come in and help. They still have upper hand. They still have control over you. Over your usage of that website. Regardless, the fact it is your website, but they are in charge. It is the same thing with in our own context, where you have our people for many years being colonized, and although we say, oh, we are free state now, you call yourself Nigerians, proudly for some. You are still not in charge, because those that designed that system are still in charge. That's why politicians, those that you elect to lead you, they always run to Britain. And if you were once colonized by France, you run back to France to ask them to kind of get what I call affirmation. You need to be affirmed. You need to be chosen and anointed. You need to get the consent of those that created you. And that's why I would like to go a little bit back to give our people the background of decolonization, because it's a big word, it's a big concept, but I think we more or less understand. We having, as time goes on, we already started to form better understanding about this concept, that your mind is not free, that your mind has a whole lot of concept, a whole lot of a system of thinking and of behavior, a system of value, a worldview that is not yours, that we live in. It's called the worldview of the colonized. To understand the underlying principles is very important, because without that, we will not be able to achieve nothing. People think when you talk about decolonization, they say, oh, but you live in Australia. What are you doing in Australia? Oh, you don't like white people, but you live there. No, that's not what we're saying. We're not waging war against Britain or Australia or Western society. We are waging war against our minds. It is self-critical search. It is a project of looking on your mirror and seeing yourself and criticizing what you see. Because if the image you see represents something other than who you are, other than the cultural values that you come from, of where you come from, other than the cultural values and aspirations of your people, my brother, my sister, you are still yet to decolonize your mind. So it's good to understand the framework of decolonization. So with decolonization, what happens there is that there are two worldviews. One has to be deconstructed, one has to be dropped, and you have another one needs to or must be, in our case, revived, reclaimed, and re-identified with. And these two words are the words of the colonizer, or otherwise you can call it the colonial psychology. You need to understand the colonial mentality versus the mentality of the colonized. Those that colonized us had principles that guided their activity. They didn't just wake up and then back on African colonization. Yes, there was a deliberation in Berlin, 1945, 48, all these things took effect. But even before then, there was something that led them to carry on, to embark on this kind of project. To understand that will help us, so that we understand then that we are operating on a platform that is alien to us. And that's why we cannot evolve, because you can't build and develop you can develop further what you never built, because you don't have the concept, you don't understand it. So the thing is, we need to start really familiarizing the world of colonizer, how the colonizer, what they think about you, how they see you, and their conclusions about your situation. And that's the first thing to understand, is that the colonizers, the Western worldview, is that creation, and this is very key because it's also in the Bible. So now when we talk about the Bible not falling from heaven, it was written by somebody and passed over this generation. The Bible is a reflection of a culture, Western culture, European culture. Precisely. You begin to understand and make sense of that. But the colonizers came from a worldview of Europe that saw creation as evil. Nature was evil. Creation needed to be redeemed. And this is also foundational in Bible and in the Christian thinking, that human beings have sinned, and therefore God has to send his son to redeem creation. Those that colonized Africa thought that Africa was evil. They come from the mindset of previous philosophers like Hegel, that claimed that the Western man, the white man, is the perfect example of civilization, because the white man operates from the basis of reason. So there is a hierarchy. The white man comes first, the white woman second, the East Asians, and the rest. And then Africans obviously relegated at the bottom, because They say Africans, we use more of emotions than reasons. Now, if you are using more emotions and reasons, you are considered to be less human. You're not as perfect as a white man, and therefore you are objectified. That means you are considered to not be fully human. You need a redemption, you need to be civilized, but also you need to be saved. So, while this is why you cannot, people that defend religion, once we talk about decolonization, they go, oh, but don't touch our religion, leave church alone and all that. They're actually ignorant. It's the same motivation. You cannot separate the concept of Westerners trying to civilize or claiming the civilization of Africans. The civilization of Negro was always, in all cases, it was always happening simultaneously with the spiritualization of the same people. So those that have come to civilize you, they've also come to save you. Civilization and salvation, we are going on and on. So the church leaders, we are, including the Rome, of course, having the Roman backing, they were assisting those that were colonizing you and killing you and hunting you down like animals. Because the same, they were operating from or were inspired, by the same understanding, the same principle. That black Africans cannot reason, therefore they are not human enough. They are not human on the same equal length as white people, and therefore you need to be saved. You need to be made fully human, so that you can live like a human being, have some dignity and all that. We need to own you. We need to train you how to be a human, and we need to save your poor soul that is more or less animal. This is what it's all about. Now, when that process, because they've seen you as being every other thing outside European, that doesn't fit within the European window of thought, was evil. So African culture, your culture was evil. Our people were evil. They were less human. Our worldview were destroyed. Therefore, our cultures were destroyed. And there was imposition of other culture that was not ours. You see this culture, you inherit them. When you read the Bible, you inherit those culture, and you are thinking, oh, this is the culture of heaven. No, it's not a culture of heaven. It is the culture of those that colonized you. So the Bible becomes a beautiful wrap put on the evil activity that covers the evil activity of the colonized, so that you have sympathy towards God, thinking that this is the design, this is the purpose of God for you, but it is not. Like Mazi have said, and I'll say this, I'll give microphone to him because he's mentioned something very interesting. Even the Western Europeans had to fight to free themselves. And from their fight, others learned and started. The whole of Europe had to fight to free their minds from this delusion. It is delusion, religious delusion. They had to fight. There was one of those that really contribute. There's a whole lot of them that contributed. But, to understand what I mean by saying they have to fight, you need to understand that even science, some of the most scientific invention, or even the scientific research findings in the areas of health, were initially opposed by the church. About organ transplant and the rest of them. But later on, some of these oppositions were dropped. Some of the profound scientific findings were originally denied by the church or rejected, and later the church embraced this. As this were going on, Europe was emancipating themselves during the Enlightenment period. And a key philosopher, he wasn't the only one, but I just want to share about this man because his thinking had a great impact during the Enlightenment period of Europe and influenced a whole lot of other thinkers. And that man is René Descartes. Was a French philosopher, René Descartes. I want to share about his own thinking that changed everything. It was revolutionary for them, and it can be also for us. That doesn't mean it's a perfect philosophy. There is no perfect philosophy. There is what you're going to be looking at. How does people's thinking help them to move forward? Or how does it affect them in the process of their own development? So this man was revolutionary. Before him, philosophers before the Enlightenment period, as we know, before the Enlightenment period, we had the medieval time, the Renaissance, yeah, before the medieval time, talking about 12th, 13th century, 14th century even, the late medieval time, where it was dominated by the politics of church. So all the philosophical, theological thinking around this time was about something like the divinity of Jesus, whether Jesus was, whether he died on the cross, whether God died when Jesus died, or was God still alive? Was he Jesus? Was he God that dead? All those kind of deep theological thinking, but does not lead anybody to anywhere. It's just like saying, did the egg come before the chicken, or the chicken come before the egg? It doesn't lead to any development, just as no religious thinking has truly empowered the people. It has always taken away what unifies the people in all the cases. I'll be happy when people start asking questions. So I will clarify them on this topic. But this man, René Descartes, developed concept of epistemology. So epistemology is an area of philosophy that focuses on knowledge. How do we learn things? How do we know something for sure? At what point can we say this is what it is and it's not that? How do we get certainty, objectivity about any reality? Okay? How do we know who we are? What's the process of coming to knowledge? So that was what occupied the Enlightenment period and even the period after that. That was the period of knowledge. That was when they say, enough of this nonsense of talking about the ritualism of the angel, the third person, the Trinitarian church, all those things. Do away with this. This is the time of reason. We have to reason or we perish. If we want our European civilization to continue, we must change the way we do things. So René Descartes, his primary objective was to find a way. What is involved in the process of knowing? And he designed a process called methodic doubt. Methodic doubt. It's still being used in psychology today, it's still being used in philosophy, in epistemology, about teaching and education. But the methodic doubt, he said, I'm going to doubt everything I've always taken for granted. At this point, they say we must stop taking everything for granted. Whatever we've been told and we've taken them for granted, our mom told us, our parents have told us that God is this and that, we must doubt it. We must doubt everything. So this man started doubting everything. He doubted existence of everything. Tell him everything, he doubts it. Tell him, I was with you at the bar yesterday, I doubt it. He doubted everything until he gets to the point that he said, there is something I cannot doubt. He said, because in my doubting, I have recognized that I'm thinking. I have to be thinking in order to doubt. All right? And if I can think, that means I have to exist. Because thinking presupposes existence. So if I am thinking, that means I'm actually alive, okay? But this discovery that I'm alive and I'm a thinking subject comes from the process of doubting every other thing I've taken for granted in order to arrive at certainty, absolute certainty. Don't tell me there is God. Don't tell me there is this. Don't tell me you have to go to church. I doubt everything. I want to discover the truth. And so everything I've taken for granted, I've been told, I want to doubt it until I find out that I can no longer doubt. And he concluded that in my doubting, I've discovered that I think, and my thinking presupposes that I exist and I'm alive. And so what defines a human being, he concludes, is the ability to reason. And so he made that famous assertion, cogito ergo sum, cogito ergo sum, which means I think, therefore I am. All right? I think, therefore I am. And then People around that time in France and in the whole of Europe, they ran with this. The emphasis on thinking and challenging existing concepts, existing assumptions become a key priority. That's a priority in Western development. And so that is what we need to do for our context. And that's what we started already with Radio Biafra, beginning of this movement. Our leader, as Nnamdi Kanu, his wisdom, established Radio Biafra. It becomes a school where all of us could reorientate our mind, could learn who we are, could find out the truth. When you come to Radio Biafra, therefore, you put everything you've held in assumption or held as absolute truth. Question them, you challenge them in order to, and if possible, you doubt it. You find out what is absolutely certain. So what we're doing is what Europe has done. They've said, enough of this religious thing, none of this running around telling people to pay tax, you have to pay a tithe and go to church every day, you have to wake up 3 o'clock and fast and then go to bed again, go 5 o'clock and wake up. All this nonsense that do not help us to build a better society are nonsense. These are delusions. We have to develop, and to develop, we must recognize that we are human beings, critical beings, subjects that have rationality, and that we, instead of tapping on the prayers, start praying to different saints and all that in Rome, it's time to building status of all that and start engaging the mind. Our task moving forward should be, how do we use our reason to find solutions for multifaceted problems of the world? If they did it, then, and we can see the result, because we all run into the West, different to Europe, everywhere. We want to run to these places and live. Now one of them, I'm living here. Okay, we want to do that. But if they did it in their own context, what makes us, unable to do this in their own context? So it's very important. And I pass the microphone to you, Matt.
There were Mazi. We must continue. Therefore, like what we are talking about today, the colonization of the mind, or the colonizing the mind, we need to be original in order to develop. That is why we hammer it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started by hammering on critical thinking. I want to go a little bit about the French Revolution, one of the purveyors or alma maters of the European enlightenment or revolutions is France. France you are seeing today. Many people listening to my voice is in France. Many Biafrans are listening to me from France, listening to us from France. Let me go a little bit deeper. In 1789, the year of the outbreak of the French Revolution, you should understand that Catholicism was the official religion of the French state. You know, the France population of that time, 28 million, was almost entirely Catholic, with full membership of the state denied to Protestant and Jewish minorities. Protestant, that is the originals, and Jewish minorities. They are minorities, or they were minorities. Apart from that, every other one of them is a Catholic. Being French effectively meant being Catholic. Yet, I want you to listen attentively, please, because we will never shy away from history. We study history in order to learn, so that we don't make mistake of history, so that history will not repeat itself in a negative way. Yet, by 1794, France churches and religious orders were closed down. Are you listening? Closed down, and religious worship suppressed. In France you are today. Because people are used to talk about the Christianity in Nigeria is different from that in France. But you don't do what you have to do, what they did in France, so that things will be right. That is what we preach, and that is historical. You cannot continue doing one thing and expect a different result. It is impossible. I want to let you understand the historical facts about how France were able to be in control. They were able to build a vibrant nation today because they had to decolonize their mind, the minds of their people. Remember that before that time, or during that time, they had the Holy Roman Empire. Rome was in control. You know, they first had the Roman kingdom. After now, they put it in religion, and the Pope was in charge of everywhere. So, but the people in a revolution, they have to decolonize themselves physically and mentally. France churches and religious orders were closed down and religious worship suppressed from 1794. For them to come up to be a country you are enjoying today, these are what they did. How did they come to this? What did the revolutionaries hope to achieve? And why did Napoleon set out to reverse the situation? Because he was determined to decolonizing the mindset of the French people. And the result is what you are seeing today. The devil is in the detail. I want you to listen attentively, please. The Enlightenment quest to promote reason as the basis for legitimacy and progress found little to praise in the church. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Because you cannot have that colonized mindset and you feel that you're enlightened. It's impossible. You can never serve two masters at a time. You either live as a human being that I am, as Mazi said, I am because I think, or you become programmed to think the way they want you to think. You know, it's a program. Garbage, what you garbage in is what comes out. You use algorithmic to program a computer and you get that is robots. You understand? Why the philosophers appreciated the value of religion in promoting moral and social order. The church itself was condemned for sentencing people to superstitions and fantasies. There were some praise for the young nuns who devoted their lives to caring for the sick and poor. But the overwhelming clergy were seen as useless. What I'm telling you was what happened in France in 18th century. 1780 something to 1790s. You understand? Now, yes, they credited the nuns and the sisters that are caring for old people because they are productive to the society, yes. But they say the overwhelming clergy, reverend fathers and bishops being churned out every day in France that time, they were completely useless. What I'm telling you is history. Is not what is coming out from. It's a historical fact. You understand? The church revenue in 1789 was estimated at an immense 150 million livres. It owned about 6% of land throughout France, and its abbeys, churches, monasteries and convents, as well as schools, hospitals, and other institutions it operated, formed a visible reminder of the church's dominance in French society. Listen, I'm coming. The church was also permitted to collect tithe, what a nominal 1/10 of agricultural production, and was exempt from direct taxation on its earnings. Is it not what is happening in our land today? They do anyhow they want, no control from the government, nothing. All for their selfish interests. This thing, the Europeans you are enjoying today, you are dying to get the visa. They saw this and they reasoned and they said, no, we cannot continue like this. Calls for the reform or abolition of the tithe and for the limitation of church property were joined by complaints from parish priests who excluded from the wealth bestowed upon the super echelons of the church hierarchy, often struggles to get by. The Catholic Church may have been the church of the majority of French people, but its wealth and passive abuses meant that it did not always have their trust. The modern resurgence of parliamentarism and anti-monarchism began with the French Revolution from 1789 to 1799. You understand? I want you to understand, in order to overthrow, to change something, an ingrained status quo of evil, there must be a revolution. There is no two ways about it. Like in the Nigerian setting, without revolution, through vote from now till 1,000, 1 million years, it amounts to nothing. Every American president will continue endorsing mediocrity, because you are existing. Nigeria's existence is for their own interest, not for you. Not for you. You continue suffering. And the religious ideologies there is there to console you in suffering and to obtain your little what you suffered from in your misery. It's a promise you fantasies, but you have to die in order to get all those promises. That is how sad it is. You have to go to a better place, but first of all you have to die. But once you die, you are nothing. You have gone and gone forever. Do you see how smart this ideology is? Do you see it? Now, in order to telling us, I'm talking about how France, who is one of the alma maters of European Revolution or European revolutions, did their own decolonization. Do you understand? The time when Roman Catholic Church, the capital is in Rome, when Rome was in control of the brains of every European. You understand? They were trying to remove themselves from the Roman Catholicism. Do you understand? I am now telling you just a few summary of what France did for you to learn, or for us to learn. In order to appease the people, the absolutist kingdom of France was first transformed to a constitutional monarchy from 1791 to 1792, before being fully abolished on the 21st day of September 1792. And eventually, the former king was publicly executed, to the other European kingdoms' great shock. They told him that you are ordinary human being. They tried to appease the people because they knew that there was a wind of changes in people's mentalities blowing everywhere. So in order to appease that, they say, okay, now no more absolute monarchy. They try to form parliaments representing the people, but under the monarch, or under the monarchy, under the king or the queen. Do you understand? But people say, no, your own time is gone. This thing they told us that consolidated by the Catholic Church, that look, our bishops and the reverend fathers, as of that time. Now, no, do not rise up. Do not obey the king. The king is instituted by God. He's hereditary. It's God that gives a king. God gives the kingship. So you must obey. Be subject. People continue hearing this until a time came they started asking questions. Just like my brother said here, that the Frenchman said, no, we need to start doubting everything. Everything. So when you hear what is going on Radio Biafra, on social media, about asking questions, making use of our brains, it is a wind of changes that is blowing in our mindset. And we don't need to let it go by. We need to be part of it. You understand? Do not allow yourself to relegate yourself to nothing by not being part of this wind of renaissance that is blowing across Africa, championed by the indigenous people of Biafra. Let me tell you. Continue listening. The Declaration of the Right of Man and Citizen, adopted on 21st August 1789, made no recognition of the special position of the Catholic Church, That time now, the wind of changes started making them to start letter by letter relegating the so-called men of God to be ordinary, to the ordinary, little by little. Something that we are unachievable before. No, we think about it. You relegate a so-called man of God, a bishop. Do you know he's a man of God? But asking questions, making themselves relevant by decolonizing their mind, started making them understand that we are all human beings. This man of God, though. So why is only you man of God? Why am I not man of God? With all authority located henceforth within the nation, the church now found itself open and vulnerable to further reforms. On the 2nd of November 1789, France National Assembly, known as the Constituent Assembly, passed a decree that placed all church property at the disposition of the nation. Do you see that things start from the grassroots? You understand? If you think that it is all those manipulators, the political elites that will bring change, you are an idiot. That is what Nigerians are, idiots. They think that politicians will enter office and start changing. No, changes must start from the grassroots. You know, that's why I love IPOB. It's a grassroots movement. I love IPOB. In history, historical facts has proven that every revolution starts right from the grassroots. The agitations always start from the grassroots. Not from the why do you think that the politicians that are benefiting from your misery, that the religious elites that are flying private jets, they want changes, they want you to continue dying in misery so that they will become more relevant and they will be making everybody. But it is the people that are suffering, the partisans, the peasants that are suffering, that should initiate these changes, these revolutions. That is why we are talking about decolonizing the mind today. Now let us continue. Despite okay, let me continue. On the 2nd of November 1789, France's new National Assembly, known as the Constituent Assembly, passed a decree that placed all church property at the disposition of the nation. One man called Talleyrand, the Bishop of Autun, and one of the few clerics to support the measure, argued that all church property rightfully belonged to the nation and that its return, by helping to bring about a better society, should therefore be viewed as a religious act. Despite clerical support for the revolution itself, this decree became the first in a series that targeted the church in a way that soon cast doubt on the revolution's motives. Do you see? That is in a revolution like this, like in IPOB, we have clerics, we have bishops, we have archbishops, we have pastors and men of God with genuine motive. But we have others that are demons also, that their mind is why they are fighting against what we are doing. Why? Because they want the status quo to continue. Do you understand? So that for their own selfish interests and nothing more. They want people's mind to be colonized continuously, so that people will be coming them, taking them as the god or demigod. So that people will be coming every time, coming to what and God say, your problem is from your sibling. Do this, they become their spiritual fathers all the time. One for put all the call. Obi is a boy all the time. That is what they want. That is why they don't want it. This Namboko Bidron. It didn't start today. That is why every fight of this magnitude, every revolution of this magnitude that is championed by APUB is a very big fight. It's a very tremendous fight. It's not a child's play. The Pope's refusal to approve the Constitution, together with growing criticism from consecutive members of the assembly, began to cast doubt on the church support to the state. Now, in an attempt to resolve the issue, the assembly decreed on 27th November 1790 that all clergy must take a public oath on loyalty to constitution or surrender their salary and position. Do you see that? When all these things are going on, the wind of changes, mental changes are moving on, going on in Europe, in France, in the 18th century, late 18th century. Now, what happened? Now, the government, the revolutionary government said, no. We need to check. We need to differentiate the chaff from the wheat. We need to make every clergy, every French clergy to take an oath of loyalty. Do you see why we make Biafra our religion, our first number one religion? Any person that tell you that, look, before for you to touch my other religion, for you to touch my this and that, let Biafra don't come. Know that that person is an anti-revolutionist. I am telling you, it didn't start today. You know, people are lavishing because, people are dying because of ignorance. And that ignorance comes from lack of study of history. That is it. They don't study history. They don't understand history. All these things that have been happening, that is happening here, have happened many centuries ago in Europe. And they were able to overcome it. The force of light overcame the force of darkness. And that is why Europe is developed today. You don't ask yourself, why is these European countries developed? And in Africa, in Nigeria, we are still moving from post to post. Darkness, even ordinary electricity, no electricity. There are many things that happen. And one of those things is decolonizing the mindset. Giving the people more authority to be as a human being, to think, to be as a human being. They are supposed to be. For people to be in charge of their lives. Because religion does not want you to take charge of your life. It wants you to depend on it to be in charge of your life. Everywhere I take you, you go there as a slave. But a decolonized mind will say, no, the Europeans did it. That is why they have grown above religion. Europe, you see. I am coming, please. Now, in an attempt to resolve the issue, the assembly decreed on 27th November 1790 that all clergy must take a public oath of loyalty to the constitution or surrender their salary and position. This oath became a referendum on whether one's first loyalties were to their church or to the revolution. Do you see what you are doing? That Biafra is our religion. And rightly so, instituted by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he knew what he was doing. And we all know what we are doing. Because if Biafra is not your religion, your number one religion, that gets your absolute loyalty, know that you are an anti-revolutionist. It happened in France. Do you understand? They now make them, okay, now let us see your loyalty, where it lies. Where they lie to the French nation, to the French Revolution nation, or to your church. So that they did it. Do you understand? On 13th April 1791, the Pope issued a condemnation to the oath of decolonizing or decolonization of the mind of French people. He issued a condemnation. A Pope from Rome. Do you understand? Because he knew that if the people open their eyes, money will stop flowing to Rome. They will no more be subjugated. They will no more be loyal to him. They will start asking questions. And they didn't augur well with him. He issued a condemnation in 1791 on what is going on in France. But the revolutionists have to fight, because it's a fight between good and evil. Those who took the oath became known as jurors, while those who refused were labeled refractory priests. That is those that are loyal to their churches. Those that their church is number one. Their belief is number one. You don't even go there, otherwise instead they sabotage Biafra. It didn't start today. A growing number of these people fled overseas, joining those nobles and clergy who had already emigrated rather than live under the revolutionary regime. Meanwhile, support for the refractory church, that is the church that we are there, that are pay loyalty to church instead of the revolution, they call them the refractory church, became increasingly associated with counter-revolution. Do you see that? That is why I tell you that once you are fighting evil, evil will fight back. What you are doing, that is why it is very, very tedious. It's hard what you are doing. Don't expect, just like when you shoot a bullet or when you throw a ball in a four-corner piece of a wall, it will ricochet. It will bounce back. But it can bounce back on you. That is how it is. When you are shooting a gun in a closed wall, be careful, because that bullet can ricochet back and kill you. Once you hit the wall and bounce back, that is what is happening. Once we start this decolonization of the mind, it is bouncing back. People are fighting. People that don't want this to happen are fighting it. You understand? But IPOB, we are at alert. You understand? Now, let me continue. On 6th April 1792, the state banned all forms of religious dress, seeking to abolish this visible reminder of the ancient regime and force people to see priests as citizens like any others. To see priests, instead of when you see priests now, hey father, hey, I said, no, these are ordinary citizens. It became a law. You understand? The French state banned it. This was a process that led to the type of Europe you are seeing and enjoying today. That is why when you are there, you have a job. You don't need to know who know the owner of the company for you to get a job. No, these are the process that led to it. They fought for it, and one of the main fight is mental decolonization. You understand? Being subjugated to a very few set of people in the name of religion, and they control you. Foreign religion, they manipulate you. If they tell you to rebel against your own nation, it is very sad indeed. Let me continue. The assembly suppressed all remaining religious orders, including those staffing schools and hospitals, and ordered the remaining non-Jews to leave or be arrested and deported. Concern peaked on the 2nd day of September 1732, when news arrived that the fortress town of Verdun near Paris had fallen to the Allied Prussian forces. Parisians, imagining that imprisoned counter-revolutionaries were preparing to break out and join the enemy, dispensed their own preventive justice when they descended on the city's prisons, and over the course of several days, listen, slaughtered over 1,200 prisoners, including at least 200 priests. Do you see that? Do you see there is no sentiment in freedom fighting? I am in Paris. I know what Mazi, I'm calling from Paris. Onato. These people are developed. I'm in Germany. You don't know what they fought. You didn't know how they come to where they are today. It took them. They slaughtered. French revolutionists slaughtered in several days 1,200 people, including 200 priests, Catholic priests, because these are people that want to bring them back to the status quo. Do you understand? So that I can bring Maria all the time. Anything that happens to you, they say, no, the cause of your misfortune, it is that tree in your village. It's that. They enjoy it so that they become your God. You tell them anything they will, sow seed, sow this and that, and they are enjoying. And millions of people are perishing. When you fight evil, when you fight corruption, corruption fights back. If it ricochets back to fight, it doesn't go out easily. But the Europeans, they consistently continue in their fight, and the result is what you see today. Let me continue, please. Okay, they slaughtered in several days. They went to the prison, all those priests that are inside prison, because of there is a war that broke out, and the Prussians, another country, came and invaded France. You know, they fear that these people, that most of them imprisoned, these priests and their followers inside prison, that they will now come out and join the enemies. Do you see the problem? Like Asari Dokubo. Asari Dokubo is an agent of the caliphate. Instead of him to join his brothers, his loyalty goes to the caliphate because of his religion. Do you see that? Do you see the danger? The same way, some of you are saying, no, if this Biafra restoration, if it touches about my religion, I beg, leave religion. Who tell you that? Who tell you that we will leave it? European, are we going to do our own are we not living in this planet Earth? The Europeans, you are enjoying their place today. They fought against it. They fought this mind colonization. They fought this evil. Do you understand it? Let me continue, please. Okay. The new Republican government, known as the Convention, responded to growing civil unrest and the ongoing overseas threats with the reign of terror. Reign of terror. You understand? That is why I tell you, before a real democracy, civilized democracy, there is a civilized democracy. Not all these things you've seen they are talking in Nigeria. That is arrant anarchy, nonsense. What the West, what the Americans, the Britain is using to confuse. Oh, Nigeria is the highest democracy. It's the largest African democracy. That is nonsense. What they use to just do you abracadabra, pape, sa. That is what they are doing you. They are praising you in stupidity. Real democracy comes with discipline, and there is no way you can get discipline without dictatorship. Let me tell you. They responded, the government of France responded with what they call reign of terror. Reign of so that people will bend. They will bend people to serve the country, to be loyal to the nation. Otherwise, everywhere will be anarchy. That's why when I see people, are you going to tell her if you have Biafra, let us leave me and my religion? The law of the land is number one. Do you understand? You must be forced in order to serve the land, obey the law of the land, not that thing your religion tell you. It should be under the law of the land. Europeans fought this. Do you understand me? Laws of September 1793 and June 1794, targeting enemies of liberty and the enemies of people, saw mounting numbers of priests and nuns arrested and placed on trial. Their charges included not only counter-revolution, but fanaticism. Fanaticism. Do you see it? Do you hear it? Fanaticism. Instead of his liberty, or saying, now let me forget my freedom and instead of me, I'll part my religion. That is fanaticism. It is a primitive character. The Europeans fought. They killed the people in order to force their citizens in order to get out of this type of fanaticism and be loyal to their nation. Because this is the only country they have. Biafra is the only country we have. Therefore, that is why it is our religion. Our number one religion. Every other thing is secondary. You must grow above your religion. Whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Jew, Biafra must be your number one. You don't compare it to any other thing. You understand? So, their charges included not only counter-revolution, but fanaticism and the possession of items used in the celebration of mass. Many of them were publicly hanged. You understand? The revolutionists now understand the church in any form. The revolutionists now considered the church in any form suspicious due to its adherence to values not of the revolution's making. And their private nature of worship seemed incompatible with the values of the French Republic. That time they became French Republic instead of French monarch. Revolution changed monarchy, French monarchy into French Republic. Is for the public. When they see, say, Maria, so you must be obedient, loyal to our cause as a nation, because we are living together as a people. You don't have to be obedient to something, one spirit that nobody know, only believe, and you use it to cause nuisance in our land. No. You must be obedient to what we are doing, to our cause. That is how it is, so that others will bow down and learn to be obedient and disciplined. That is how revolutions go. From here sprung a movement referred to as Christianization. Do you know that? Do you see it? All these things these are historical facts. What happened? Why Europe is now, they no more take Christianity, religion as number one thing. Their government, they build a powerful government that is in charge of everybody. So what is religion to them? It took them time, it took them blood in order to arrive where you go, you are enjoying today. Claiming right. No, the Christians in Nigeria, they are different. Look at how they here now, here. Even people don't mind. You didn't know, you never knew what they fought. That is what we are preaching here, that we need to fight it, that we are not spared, we are not going to be spared from fighting this fight. It is glaring in our face, and we are not going to shy away from it. If you shy away, if you fight to run away, you fight another day. It will be more even bloody. You will restore a very quagmire-ish country that will be even more quagmire-ish than Nigeria. That is why we are doing this fight right now, so that our mentalities will be decolonized, so that we think in a straightforward way with each other. That is what we are doing. Let me continue a little bit, please. They formed a movement called the Christianization. In Europe, you are today. Did you know that? Do you know that? That is why if you go there, in Germany, you want to open a church, they bill you. You pay tax, you pay everything. They don't care. Because that is, you don't need to take them back to where they have come out from. That is the thing. What surprised me, what the Europeans jettisoned is what they throw in Africa, and we are going back to the bad road. That is why we are trying to talk about the colonization of the mind. Constitutional priests were advised to abandon the priesthood, and we are encouraged, in some cases forced to marry. That thing religion tell them not to do, the government said you must do it. You see, the other day I was talking about the Uyghurs, the Uyghur tribe of China. They are Muslims. The West, they fight you with anything. That is how countries are. Any weak point they see you, anywhere they can see weak point, they use it to fight you. Now, the West, they know that the West are using these Uyghur Muslims in China in order to stir up trouble, so that they will be, bleeding China. And they will come up and say, China is killing the Uyghurs, so because of their belief, they are trying to stir trouble, so that China will be fighting an unending religious war. People, Mujahideen like Sadi Dokubo, will go to China to fight for his Muslim brothers. But China, they are wise. They are too big for all those rubbish. You know what they do to Uyghurs? They go to their shops, they hold that place, they say, look, we don't care the religion you are in, but you must be a Chinese first, number one. You don't care what you believe. If you have a provision store as an Uyghur Muslim, they tell you, look, you must sell alcohol in your shop, and you don't hide it too. Oh, you believe as a Muslim, you don't drink alcohol, you don't say, come on, shut up, you must sell it. If we come here tomorrow, you don't start to sell, they will bring cartons of alcoholic drinks and put in your shop. Say, people, come and buy. This is not a child's play. You must be, number one, Chinese before becoming a Muslim. That is what we are trying to put in the mindset of our people. You must first of all be a Biafran before your religious belief is number two. It becomes number two. Because without being a Biafran, you must not be allowed. You will not be allowed. You will not even exist. Your religion comes after. You understand? That is what we are trying to insert in the mindset of our people. But some mischievous people don't understand it. They thought we are fighting. The Europeans, you are important, going to buy goods. Here now go from there. They fought this tedious fight, and that is why they are able to persevere and shape their country the way they are in today. Let me tell you, it's not a child's play. Now, the Chinese, they told the Muslims, we don't want to know. If any person that refuses, say, no, I'm a Muslim, I don't want, he say, you must sell pig. You know they don't eat pig meat. You must eat it and make sure oil be eaten. Police will be there. They cook nice pig. Oh yeah, come on, eat it. This is Chinese. You are Chinese first. And that is how they quelled all those things. If you don't want to, you pack your load or you go in jail. They will take you to Siberia, not Siberia, to the jail, very far, to torture you, to decolonize your mindset in a hard way. You must consume pig as a Chinese, so that they will neutralize that aspect of your religiosity. Not a foreign religion that is warning that come from far away, who cares from where. They tell you you must be a Chinese number one first before your religion. So we the government, we the Chinese, we want you to be selling beer, selling alcohol, selling pig meat, eating it. Do you understand? Do you understand? And the person who and it becomes their custom till today. No more. No, I don't eat. Didn't the West? Didn't they stop? That is how to deal with it. The Europeans did it, and it worked. You are enjoying Europe today. That is what they did, but you didn't know. And they are encouraging you to rebel against your own land, your own freedom. They encourage you. They know what they are doing, because they know that let me continue a bit. They tell priests to marry, and they force a priest to say, oh, you marry with the church. Oh, you marry with Jesus. No. We want you to marry physical. Either you do it or we do it for you by force. And the priests, they started marrying. They say you are a French first, number one, before your religious belief. That is it. Any priest that continue to practice, whether constitutional or refractory, now face arrest and deportation. In October 1793, public worship was forbidden, and over the next few months, all visible signs of Christianity were removed. On 23rd November 1793, churches were closed to be converted into warehouses, manufacturing works, or even stables. Streets and other public places bearing the names of saints, Christian saints, were given new, often Republican themed names. And the time itself was recast to further repudiate France's Christian past. They reinforced the message that Christianity has no place in the new French Republic. Do you see where Mazi, do you see how the Europeans sanitize themselves to where they are today? But you don't know this narrative. No, you don't know. You don't know about it. The creation of the Republic in 1792 has given rise to ceremonies and festivals that aimed to institute the revolution itself as their religion. Oh, Chineke. He institutes France revolution as their religion instead of what is your religion? Christian. He say, hey, your religion now is the revolution, and that's it. And everybody followed. That is why Europeans now we are de-Christianized. Do you see that? And that's why when they see you doing what you are doing, they laugh you. They say they know that you are ignorant, that you are going into abyss, marching into abyss. What they fought, they spill blood in order to come out from that road. That is where you are going, heading to. Now, the creation of the Republic in 1792 has given rise to ceremonies and festivals that aimed to institute the revolution as their religion, commemorating revolutionary matters as its sense, and venerating the tricolor cockade and red liberty cap as their sacred symbols. Do you understand it? Napoleon's occupation of Rome in 1808 brought the relationship with Rome to breaking point and led the Pope's decision to excommunicate him, that is Napoleon, from the Roman Catholic Church. In retaliation, Napoleon Bonaparte had the Pope arrested and later taken to France as his prisoner, where he remained until 1814. A new accord called Concordat, signed at Fontainebleau in 1813, attempted to put an end to the differences between the two, but this has failed. This is as far as France could go in order to decolonize the minds of our citizens so that they could be loyal and focus on building the type of France and overall Europe citizens, including foreigners, do enjoy today. Do you understand? Let me tell you one thing before I also bring in our brother. Even today, do you know that France is trying to indigenize their own version of Islam, free from foreign influence? Do you know that? They are doing it very, very quietly. You know, sometimes I like French politics. You know, they are doing it very, very quietly. Do you understand what I mean? Now, today they are doing the same thing to their Islam. They're reducing foreign influence on Islam. In last year, they say we want to launch a revolution by putting an end to foreign influence on Islam. Interior Minister Gerald Darmanin, who is set to partly attend the summit, said in a recent interview with La Parisienne Daily, Islam is not a religion of foreigners in France, but a French religion that should not depend on foreign money and any authorities abroad. Because these people, France, they are champions of revolution, European revolution. Do you understand that? They know how to handle things. Now what they do, they know that fighting Islam it will be, they want to indigenize it, to control it and cut any foreign interference in French Islam, so that it will be controlled the same way Christianity was controlled by Europe, by France, and they indigenize it. And they became under the control of the government, under the control of the state. But in Nigeria today, do you see, look at the GOs. They are riding private jets. They don't pay no taxes. They are exempted from paying taxes in Nigeria. No person controls their finance or their financial incomes and expenses. No government controls it. And that's why they are enjoying it. That's why when you talk anything about opening the eyes of our people, they will tell you no. They will stir up anti-revolutions. Oh no, is that how Biafra will come? No, you are talking against it. You don't know that these are being spearheaded by these people that are eating on in your misery. They program you in order to fight against those that are trying to serve you. It happened in Europe. You understand? Today France is championing the same thing in order to handle Islam, French Islam. They want to have it in their own. They want to have their own version of Islam, so that it will no more be influenced by Gulf states or they will be, because they were traumatized by the amount of French citizens that went to fight in Islamic jihadism in Syria and the Levant, the ISIS, that joined the ISIS. Even the children that are born by the women or French girls and men in the Middle East, today they don't know what to do with them. Children of terrorists, their fathers, many of them are orphans. They don't know what to do with them. So they didn't now make them go back and say, now, or are you French? We are French people. We handled this at the early time, during the time of Napoleon Bonaparte. Why can't we handle it? They now try to do what? Indigenize Islam. So that when you come to France, Islam now is no more a foreign religion. It becomes indigenous French religion, or one of the indigenous French religion, and the government will be in control of it. Do you understand? Do you understand me? Several Gulf Arab states, including Saudi Arabia, have funded the construction of mosques in Europe, some of which have become hotbeds for radical Islam and extremism. But France today, they are working tirelessly in order to indigenize Islam, to do it what they did to Christianity. And that is why you see today they have a formidable government in every country in Europe. A government that is in charge of the religion, Christian religion. They pay the pastors or the reverend fathers. Government pay them. You don't need to go there and take money from people anyhow. No. That is how it should be. In order to calm, in order to stop that spread of in order to decolonize the mindset of people. In Nigeria, any person can come and preach. Even once you preach in the church, in the bus, you start requesting for money. When you talk, people will say, no, but did they force you? They don't know that government, a responsible government should control everything, should be in control of everything, everybody. Every action you take. That is the work of a responsible government. But in Nigeria, even it is the miserable people that you are trying to save that will turn against you, start quoting for you. And the book of Peter say, who brought the book of Peter and the book of John? Was it there before? What we are talking is about what is historical facts. Without decolonizing our minds, we go nowhere. You go nowhere. Because you have to think. As a being, you have to think, reason. Subject everything to the author of reason before we can build a formidable society, a formidable civilization. Without it, we go nowhere. Mazi, please, I don't know, before I open my lines, please come in, if you may.
Thank you, Mazi. That's powerful. I think our people need to realize that you cannot be a freedom fighter if you're holding tight your religious beliefs. Because religious beliefs are delusion beliefs. You have to, first of all, understand the human aspect of religion. Religion is just human. It's a construct of the mind. We make it up as we go. We make it up, and as you can see in the analysis that Mazi has, thoroughly presented about French Revolution, that the people that made this up decided to go through Reformation and even Revolution to change things. Because our people said, so you are in charge. Those that led the French Revolution, they were relying so much on the philosophies and ideologies of the Enlightenment period. One of the key philosophers I mentioned earlier was René Descartes. There was also Immanuel Kant. These people's thinking changed the face of Europe because it made them do what you call paradigm shift. They shifted from the belief that God is the solution of their prayer, that their prayers, the angels will intervene and things going to work better for them. They came to a place of self-awareness, place of self-actualization, doing that. I have the power to change my situation, and only us can change us, can better us, because we are human beings with critical abilities, with reason. So instead of relying on the prayers, effectiveness of prayers that are not verifiable, we should rely on the capacity of our human reason to change things. So we think it out, we find solution over time through critically engaging in our own situation, engaging with our own world, and looking at how to find solutions to better the world. This was how every aspect of development of society evolved. The health sector had to change. Because before then, before the French Revolution, in the 13th, 14th, 15th century, when the church was still in the dark age, called the dark age, the Middle Ages, when that was going on, a sick person would call the priest to pray for them. And you could see that still in practice in our places, where you call a priest to lay hand or your pastor to pray for you. They come and pray for you, and you pay for that. You pay for the olive oil, you pay for all these things, you give them an envelope. And off they go. They reach their pockets. They ride horses then. So there was a corruption in the church. There was corruption as a result of indoctrination. Because when people are indoctrinated, they lose the capacity to question things. And one of the key qualities of our human being is not to find answers, but to ask questions. What indoctrination does is that it removes that ability to be curious. The sense of curiosity vanishes, and you don't want to learn more. You don't want to ask questions about things. Therefore, you live off assumptions. Whatever you've been told, that's what you hold to. That's what you practice. That's what you believe. That's what you defend. You have to understand, because often the time, as I said, when we talk about French Revolution or even decolonization in general, people think you're attacking the church. See, the those that led the revolution in Europe, they were not attacking they were responding to the excessive abuse of the church. But they, more than anything, they were fighting to free themselves from the shackles of illusion. They were fighting to change the course of their life. They became agents of their life instead of being passive in their own actions. They realized that God did not create them to be in that kind of thing. They also realized that no angel will come down to find a solution to their problem. So instead of them building churches, they started converting churches to industries, houses. Instead of them molding statues and all that, who has the greatest photo, who has the biggest church in Europe, how to find the biggest cathedral in Nigeria, that who has the biggest church and all that. Instead of doing that, they changed their mind. That's why I call it a paradigmatic shift. There was a shift in thinking. Instead of investing in the propagation of this just indoctrination, some people call it, they started investing in scientific research. And it was scientific research. We can see the result that Europe was able to advance in their civilization. You cannot advance in your civilization if you are holding on to illusions such as religion. You cannot be a freedom fighter and at the same time defending indoctrination. It's very dangerous. For me, I am freaking out each time I listen to somebody who think they are, who you think they are genuinely involved in this program, this project of Biafra restoration, because of the sort of things they've said in the past and what they've done in the past, want to give them credit. But then you look at their assertions and you look at how they find it reconcilable that you must, they find it difficult to accept that you cannot put anything above your freedom. Nothing comes before your freedom. You cannot put anything before your freedom. The fact they have problem with that makes you wonder, well, why they call themselves a freedom fighter? You, a freedom fighter, you look at the situation of your people and say, these things that are happening should not continue. Because these things, they contradict the values that underline quest for freedom, self-determination. These things are not liberated. They are imprisoned. They are perpetuating our slavery. They are perpetuating marginalization and underdevelopment. The fact they cannot think this way means that they actually not freedom fighters. Because the French Revolution, they were thinkers first. They were uplifting the basis of the philosophers. Enlightenment philosophy was very huge influence, because in that the three primary primary things in that philosophy that fueled the French Revolution was the primacy of reason instead of faith. So Rome was no longer important for them, more than what it is for historical facts. Like you can regard that as part of their civilization. It's a page in their journey as a people. All right, but Rome does not have a decisive and dominative effect on the politics of France and the French. Also, faith does not determine their action. Their action as a people are not as a result of the dictates of faith or the manipulations of their pastors, no? But only the dictates of their reason, their faculties as human, their ability to question things, their ability to make choices, their ability to say, no, this is not right, and this should not happen, it's unacceptable. We haven't got there. Our people at this moment are still living in the 13th century of Italy, of Europe. They are busy like Europeans were in the 13th century, in the 15th century, before even French Revolution of the 17th century. They are still living in the Dark Ages, building statues, building churches, building bigger churches, paying tithes are still more important than building hospitals. You see, that's why revolution has to happen in our own context, and it starts with what we are doing. IPOB is like what we're doing now was what the philosophers in the Enlightenment. We are enlightening our people. We are changing the way they see reality. We are making them understand that you have to question everything. They're making them to find solution in the now, not when you die, not the spiritualistic solution. But when you die, you go to heaven, God will reward you, no? We want to fix our problem today. Problem we've encountered in our own context have to be fixed by us, so that generation to come will not inherit this mess. That was what differentiated the Enlightenment period, the period before. The period before thought that the solution lies in the hand of God, and therefore the more rosary you pray, the better solution, the better you have the condition. In the medieval ages, because for you to understand the analysis that Mazi Jonathan has just presented regards to how the conduct of those championed French Revolution, for you to understand the context, what made them to do what they did, what a power, what led to inspire the revolution, was the kind of way church has carried itself. At that era, somebody can be accused of heresy. It was not easy to get to the point of revolution. Many people that led the revolution were actually killed by the church. Some were burnt, some were condemned to death and imprisoned until they died. So when you hear that a pope was arrested and taken to and seized and detained in France to that was nothing more horrible than what the church did to people. People were burned at stake. We had philosophers that were killed, that were imprisoned in Italy. One of them, popular one, is of course Galileo Galilei, the Copernican revolution, where he discovered that the earth is not the center. The world, sun, and every other thing revolves, contrary to what the church has held, and the church condemned him heretic. But these thinkers then, some of them had to navigate their belief and their scientific understanding. But they could not even publish work, because if you publish anything against dogmatic beliefs of the Catholic Church, you will be held accountable to that. In most cases, there will be judgment. Those in the Inquisition will get you arrested, get you bumped at stake. some extreme cases. And so some of them are there writing these beautiful scientific discoveries that has powered modern day development of Western civilization. When they are writing this, they're also trying to navigate their fate. They are afraid that some of them ran away into exile. But the more you're writing this, the more it's ringing bell in your mind that if you get caught, you could be killed. Because the church held them, outside the church there is no salvation. Know that phrase. Extra ecclesiam nulla salus. Outside the church there's no salvation. So if you were thinking you're writing, or if you were existing like us now, speaking on radio Biafra, we couldn't say certain things. We are not free. We are engaged. We couldn't say anything because it could be something contrary to the belief held by the church. So to get to where Europe got, they had to do what every reasonable person has to do, which is switch into your reason. Make use of your reason. Nothing has control over you other than your conscience. That's why today we say our leader Mazi is a prisoner of conscience. Because conscience is absolute. Your reason is absolute. If you let your reason, you act towards that, and the actions performed under reason, you can claim responsibility for. If you are not conscious, your actions cannot be held against you, such as actions you have when you are sleeping, not conscious. You're subconscious, but they are not human actions. And again, there's a reason why they are not human actions, because to meet the criteria of being a human action, your action must reflect rationality, must reflect the use of reason, must reflect freedom too. So you become a free agent. It's called a free agent in ethics, morality. Only actions performed by can be held as that you can be held as responsible. That's why when you go to court, if you drink and drive and you get caught in Western society, you go to jail. You could go to jail, you could lose your license, depending what the law is where you live. Why? Because choosing to drink is an exercise of freedom. Exercise is a reflection of intelligence. When you make that choice to drink and drive, is that we are not compelled to do so. You are using your freedom, you are using your reason. Therefore, there is consequence for your action. You are responsible for action because they are actions performed by a human agent who has reason and is led by will, your freedom. The work we are doing is very, very important. It is key to what we're doing. The problem is some of you have long believed that. You believe this for so long that you cannot change it. You think there is nothing outside where you are. But you have nothing. You are living in a system built by somebody. You. That system is serving that person that put that system together. Because the agenda was not to improve, but to keep you perpetually a slave. Therefore, in order for you to thrive, you have to come out of that system and build yours. When the colonizers came to our land, they did not civilize us. They interrupted our civilization. And so what we're doing is to campaign to return to our way of life. That's why I said in the beginning, once we mention decolonization, we also must mention indigenization. Decolonization is not to find us in an empty and confused state of mind. It is to purify our mind. It is to change our way of looking to reality. It is to change our worldview, but to replace those with those of indigenous. Imagine if we were able to continue our civilization, how powerful we would have become today. People talk, oh, but what about democracy? Oh, not with the right democracy. No, they didn't bring democracy. They took it from you. The Western society, the European society, they are not interested in democracy. Forget about this. Democracy, the concept of democracy have been weaponized. Political gains. They do not believe, they don't have interest in democracy. They have interest in their domination, their control. And democracy is used as a vehicle to achieve that goal. That is why when it favors them, they talk about democracy. When it is so convenient, they play the card of democratic state and democratic values. That's why they could accept the so-called President Ahmed was the Bola Tinubu, knowing very well the election was marred in corruption, malpractices. In that year, as long as the person to emerge, they have identified that their interest is intact. Every other thing doesn't matter. They don't care if full of fear being killed. As long as their interest is intact. So it's not democracy, it's not a defense of democracy. It is an avenue to continue imperialism, control, domination for people once conquered, colonized. And it's the time we change our reality. We all want to go to Europe, as I said, and live. These places we are running to, they had to confront their own problem. The first revolution was one of them, but it was something ongoing. I watched one guy talking about and those that went. I think he was talking about taking his evangelism or something like that, or his center, relocating somewhere in the east. And people are very happy. Why are you happy? Someone is gonna take acres of land and build churches, build a religious worship center. We already have more than enough. Every street there is a religious worship center. Italy was that, and those of you that have been to Italy, in Rome or other parts of Italy, you see statues, anywhere you will see statues, statue of Saint this, statue of Saint that, statue of this, statue of that. Because at that point, people were brainwashed. But it's no longer like that today. Those big churches in Europe, they are now converted to pubs, so bars where people are bring a party. They're also being converted to the purpose of tourists come and see what's been in the past. They make money out of that. What is it you build? How are building more churches where you've got church? You've got more than 5 churches in every street. How can building more? How are you? How can you get to this where these people are? You look at Europe, you look at the development in all these places, you say, oh man, I want to live there. Oh, our place is not bad. Oh, we are poor here. Why would you be poor? Because you have a small number of churches as Europeans have industries. Then how can you be rich? You are enriching your houses, making you increase rich. And do that generally. Somebody says, we are suffering, there's no hospital, the government doesn't do nothing. How can the government do it? Well, when you are working and you are indoctrination, it's helping the government. That keeps you silent. Said it from the beginning, the church always went hand in hand. What was in the politics? Anywhere they are rich, anywhere you find people very religious, you will also find multitude of poverty-stricken people, helpless. Example is South America and every other place. Asia, especially East and South Asia, they're coming off that. They've recognized that no, this is not the way to go. We're going to focus more on building our society. Do less of the church. Relegate church, put church behind. Religion is a subjective something between you and your God. You can believe it, but law of the society is the prime issue. Everybody must be governed under one law, set of law. And so we must come to a point where we would even not allow more building of churches, and we would convert some of these churches, places of worship, not just churches, huge temples or mosques in the state, in the Imo state. Some of these would be converted into industries and the institutions. I ask you one question, listeners: how do you think you can definitely, when our people individually and collectively are investing more into building churches and they are investing more into scientific research? I don't know where you come from, but you look at your church or your place. If you're Catholic, look at the Catholic church in your place. Since you were a kid, your parents have been building churches, contributing for church building, orphanage, second collection, third collection, and donations, bazaar, night, all these things for church building. So a black man comes into this world only to build churches and to suffer till they die. How is this a faith of a rational being? How can you explain this? That rational thinking subjects, the views of Descartes, could exist only primarily to build church. But that is not surprising, even that you first of all accepted the premises in the Catechism that tells you God made us so that we worship Him and return back to Him. So the purpose of existing in this world is just to be caught up in the church business, the building churches up, and the sharing Bibles and all that. But then you get sick, nobody looks after you, complain there's no good. Your parish where you are, how much you contribute every Sunday? You give 1,000, or let's say your parish is a small parish, you're all making between 50,000, 100,000 every Sunday. Imagine your community came together and contributed all this money to build a scientific research center and say, we want to build this center so that we can research and find first of all the cause. Why do we have why is diseases like heart failure, kidney diseases, kidney failure, all this heart attack, stroke? We want to find solution for internal medicine. So we build a health center, but a health center on the quality of research. So this center is for research. We want to find solution. This center is for research. Let us our roads. In the 21st century, we still build roads with a proper drainage system. And then we travel to Europe, travel to UK, Australia. We say, oh wow, look at their roads, they're nice. Meanwhile, our roads are dilapidated. Meanwhile, we have no hospital. But every Sunday you go to church and pray and believe that God is going to help you when you're in trouble. When you have existed in this whole life, you've existed and all the investment have gone into building churches, paying tithes. How can you be yourself and then you come back and say, oh, let's live in Europe? No, he does not. We're going to come out of this mentality. You think God cares about you? If you want to be stupid, you're stupid. You think God have preferential treatment? You think Europe developed today because God loved them more than He loves them? No. Europe developed today because one day they say, our mood don't do. We must start reasoning and questioning and challenging every assumptions and beliefs. Those ones that do not help, those ones that keep perpetuating our suffering, we're going to discard them, we're going to destroy them. And if anyone is against this movement, this trend, we're going to wipe that person away. That's called the revolution. That's how they get where they are today. And as Mazi said, if you're a priest in Australia, I know some of the priests here, some of them are doing overdrive. They're riding over. They're doing tax in their extra time. Because it's not what they thought. Back home, election, priest take everything. Pastor take everything. But when you come here, you don't take the money, you don't handle it. The parishioners handle the money, they pay you at the end of the month. And you go, that's not enough. Yeah, that's what it should be. Yeah, that comes off the Enlightenment period, the French Revolution, changes in the church. Church was relegated. And they're a very, very important man, and I'll share this and then I'll give microphone back to Jonathan. But let us not think about Reformation. When we talk about French Revolution, we also talk about church reformation. Reformation was led, the key one, the most powerful reformation was led 16th century by Luther, Martin Luther. Himself was German priest. Martin Luther criticized the Catholic Church 50 key points. I'm not going to go through them. One of those he really was against was the control, the authoritarianism of the church over the development of the people. The church was almost determined who should go to heaven and who should go to hell. Remember, the concept of heaven and hell, these were invented. These are not real. These are invented in order to scare the hell out of you so you can obey. The only way the colonizer, whether they are religious colonizer or they are political colonizer, can control you is to create fear. So the way church control people in the dark ages, in the medieval time, was to create the concept of heaven, concept of hell, concept of purgatory. And so when you die or when you are sick, the priest comes and prays over you and whispers to your children, why not pay $100 to our growth building so that your mom who is about to die could go to heaven? Why do you allow your mom to suffer? Why donate only $1? Do you want her to be in heaven? Would you want her to suffer in purgatory 100 years extra? Or would you want your parents to burn in heaven forever and to burn in hell, forever and ever, in torture and all that anguish forever and ever? You say, no, I don't want them to suffer no more. They suffered enough. So you better pay the price here. So people were paying for what's called indulgence. You pay some money, and you're giving a ticket and say, oh, he will go to heaven now. She'll be one in God very soon. So don't worry about it. Just make some donation. So Luther was against all this. Luther also denied the infallibility of the Pope. This was very, 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 very key in the development of Europe, because that shifted the way people saw reality. Denying the infallibility of the Pope, that the Pope is just a human being like every other person, that words of Pope are not absolute. They can be challenged when they don't make sense. That was never happening. And that was why he was excommunicated. Instead, he punching the tires, he biting the fingers that was fed in. You are licking the secret to church everywhere. So what I want our people to recognize is that you have nothing to lose by returning to who you are. And you cannot truly understand the person of God. You can't truly worship God or have better relationship with God if you don't do that in and through your consciousness, your cultural consciousness. You can only come to God genuinely through your culture. That's why people go to church, and after church they still do all the They go to church, and then the next day, in fact, the pastor that is ministering to you is a criminal. He has guns and he has gangs that is sending to do Yahoo and making account to them. Because there is no impact, there is no relationship between what they believe and the way they live out what they believe. If you are rooted in your own cultural consciousness, you will not do certain things because these are outside. These are against the values of the land. These are taboos. You don't need to go to church to understand that this is a taboo. You cannot sleep with your daughter. You cannot sleep with somebody's wife. It's against the law of the land. But today, people go to church, and yet killings continue, and yet all these troubles, God they are increasing day by day. They're not getting better. The only way forward is to decolonize our mind, free ourselves from this cage of bondage we are in. If you still think that you have to go to church in order to please God, you are still colonized. Your mind is decolonized. Because if they are saying decolonize their mind, sometimes people don't picture exactly what we're saying. So one of them is that if you still think that the church is absolutely necessary for your salvation, well, your mind is decolonization. If you still think that your belief, you just believe whether it's a belief in the Muslim, or in Islam, in Judaism, whatever that is, or even in Waros, Adibia, if you still think that that has to happen before your freedom, then your mind needs decolonization. If you still think that you are not out one culture, then your life is you are in big need of decolonization. And together we are. And so we must continue this work of decolonization, freeing ourselves from religious indoctrination and illusions, and allowing ourselves to return to our purity of culture, to who we are as a people, to our philosophies. I didn't want to dive too much into Western thinking and their philosophies, because these also impede our own development. I'm more interested to see the development of our indigenous philosophies, which I can speak on next time. But until we return there, we cannot fully be us, and we cannot be fully our colonizers. That is why no matter how good your English is, you're still discriminated against living in England. You can be born in England, but nobody still respects you, still be judged by color. And they used to say, but I was born here. My parents were okay. It doesn't matter. You are still African. You are still judged by your color. Why? Because the only thing true about you is you being an indigenous African person. Religion is a concept you inherited. Every other thing can be doubted, as I said, methodically. Other things are irrelevant. Other than being who you are. The religion is irrelevant. Your knowledge is irrelevant. Living in Western society is irrelevant. Every other, your money, your wealth is irrelevant. What is fundamental is your self-dignity, your integrity, your cultural identity. These are things that you come into this world with and that cannot take it away. So these are the things we must defend. And so returning to who we are, decolonization must always include also the project of indigenization, becoming who we are, becoming more who we are, returning to who we are, in order to get to who we are. I'll return to Mazi,
There were Mazi. We shall go into a few minutes break. But before that, let me also reiterate this, like what you said about building worship centers in our land, as people take it as priority. You know, it tells you the type of mentalities people have. You know, reason is for production, for producing. Reason. When you activate your reason or your reasoning, it makes you productive. It is for production, to create. Therefore, but when people are superstitious, their priority becomes, this religion, to believe. That is why, like I say, our people are still behind, as you mentioned, that our people are still in the 13th or 12th century Europe. And you are not far from the truth. When we shall collectively start subjecting everything to the altar of reason, which means we'll be activating our reasoning capacity, and we will be prioritizing creativity. Now, it will start making us to think that, look, Building of all these churches everywhere doesn't serve no purpose. Instead, we build the factories. After all, some back in the 80s, being frustrated by the Nigerian federal government, he mobilized the Imolites, which includes the Abia of today, in the 80s, in order to start contributing for the Imo airport in Owerri that you are seeing today. That is it. It shows the level of intelligence of those championing it. Whereas people are contributing today for building of church parishes, and now parish, it shows the level of the low intelligence of the people. Otherwise, what they should be championing is building factories. Just like I had in the news the other day, people, they raised $60,000 to rehabilitate hometown hospital and provide the insurance for their elders. This is applaudable. That is it. That is what we want to see in our land. You know, instead, Nigerian government don't care. Look at how they systematically remove the railway lines in our land. We have no railway lines in our land anymore, and everywhere is quiet. We have to, as we are campaigning for the return of our people, Igbos, in our land, because we are not wanted anywhere. They destroy every of our properties everywhere, in Lagos, in the north, everywhere in Abuja. Now, how can't we think the only solution we have is this reason that nature provided for us? We use it for productivity. It happened during the Biafra war, where red oil was used in order to even drive the engines. Car engines we are using red oil, modified to use palm oil to drive. That is reasoning. You understand? But when people cannot reason, only what they believe is superstition, miracle. Now they start building churches because they believe that that is the solution. But I applaud the Nobi people. Let others also nomie this type of initials or initialization or initiative in order to build the factories instead of building churches, so that people will be working in the villages, in the localities, in the communities. Build the factories, sponsor it collectively. Mbakwe Samono Naka Mbakwe did it during his tenure. No excuses, no Nigerian help. But he mobilized. I paid as a child. My parents pay Imo State Airport AP fund every time for it, and it is working today. It was built on international standard, but the Nigerian government refused to give license. Sometime I was passing there, was flying from there to Lagos, and one of the women there was crying. I don't know what happened. We are just an immigration official there. He said, airport are supposed to international, build international standard. No why one man the federal government the property. I mean the equipment required. Here could I may approve. The woman was virtually crying privately with me at the airport. There was waiting for a flight. You see it? So that is the thing. We can do it. Yes, we can. That is why we are calling for people to come back. Let us remove ourselves from this superstition. It is killing us. Let us show that we are excellent in our thinking by building factories, building industries in our villages. Forget about all these politicians. Ojuzo Kalu boasted that he built in order to appeal to become to prove that he's a real Nigerian, a number one Nigerian. He built a factory in Lagos, 3 factories in Lagos, and built other ones in Ota. Do you see it? Outside Biafra land. All of them, that is what they programmed them to do. Nothing in our land. In our land, before you become something, you have to travel to Lagos. You must be made to travel outside Biafra land. And that is what is affecting us. So, this decolonization of the minds includes all these things. Instead of building churches, where you stay and cry every time, begging, praying for some endless, since I was born, the same thing. Endless begging and praying, being programmed to be the same thing. What I read for you is what happened during the French Revolution. Do you understand? It's a historical fact. It's a historical record of what really transpired. There are some other details that you will surprise what happened all those times. Do you understand? That is why they force their people to be subjected to reason, and that is why the countries are moving on. So, when people reason, they express their reasoning capacity through the things, their outputs in their environment. That is the reality. But when people cannot reason, now they continue into superstition. And that superstition, where the house of superstition is religious centers, where you go and cry and shout and fast and pray and think that one spirit will do everything for you. Because that is what is inside your mind. That is why we are trying to decolonize our minds today on Radio Biafra. Started by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. In order that instead of building more churches in our villages, we contribute money and build the factories so that people will start working and there will be productivity in the land. Preach here on Radio Biafra to indigenize ourselves. The indigenized things. If wars come to wars, we indigenize our things. We indigenize even this religion. We cut off the influence of Archbishop of Canterbury, Pope of Rome, this and that of America. We make it our own and unify it, become one, our own, so that I desire unified in it. That is what we preach here. Instead of all these useless divisions in our land. Because of you are from this sect, you are from Assemblies of God, you are from the our land, our people becomes divided. Husband becomes divided from his wife. Children become divided from their parents. Why? We need to unify our stance. You understand? And the only thing that can do it is this Biafra, using Biafra as our focus and as our religion. I will go into a few minutes break, so that when I come back, we shall open the lines so that people will call in order to talk. I used to say it, please. What we are doing here is like a parliament. You can also, oppose to what we are saying. But the only thing I quest for is the manner, civilized manner. Don't call to rant and insult and don't listen. No. Here we should be civilized. You oppose, make your points. We learn from each other. We can learn from you. Biafrans can learn from you. We learn from each other. That is what we do here. Because nobody have monopoly of knowledge. We are looking for the best for us as a people. It is not good for us to continue lamenting. Always, we are in a country that an artificial creation that want us all destroyed. Why can't we use our brain in order to survive? That is what we are trying to activate. During the Biafra war, they tried to exterminate us, but we made use of our brain in order to manufacture things that helped us. That is productivity. People didn't go and say, start praying. If Nigerian soldiers are coming, say, oh yeah, enter into church and start praying. Let God go and do the fight. No, it doesn't work like that. Our brains, our fathers and mothers' brains were activated because of difficulty, necessity, in order to start the production, using that thing God has given to us as brain in order to create things that we can use physically to defend ourselves. That is what happened. We can do it also this time around and do it better, and that is what we are clamoring for. We'll go into a few minutes break so that when we come back, our lines will be opened. Please do not go away. We'll be right back.
This is my message to the world from my broken soul.
1 million million march, 1 million march, 1 million march. Hey, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, wish to inform the general public about the upcoming event that will take place at Finland on the 7th July 2023 at the city of Helsinki at Lahti, Finland. For more information, call Mazi Foreign Osiwu Committee Moderator plus 485 793 32439 or 393 511 74478. Mazi Tony Mokunye plus 393 207 215 826. Mazi Ndubisi Osuala Netherlands plus 31 68 486 0431. Williams Mwokedi National PRO of Finland plus 358 445 136 500 and Mazi Kalo Chukwuemeka National Coordinator of Finland and the hosts plus 358 452 340 432. Let's tell the world about Biafra and unconditional release of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
This is my message to the world from my broken soul.
1 million march, 1 million march, 1 million march. Hey, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, wish to inform the general public about the upcoming event that will take place at Finland on the 7th July 2023 at the city of Helsinki at Lahti, Finland. For more information, call Mazi Foreign Osiwu Committee Moderator plus 485 793 32439 or 393 511 74478. Mazi Tony Mokunye plus 3.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. I'm from Olo province of Biafra London. With me is Mazi Ekene. We are here live and direct, and today is the 24th day of June 2023. Tabo Bochenkwo. Remember, we are here on discussions concerning religious matters. We will never shy away from it because it is part of us. Therefore, our lines are now open, and the topic of our submission today is still under going back to our roots, Decolonizing the Mind, Part 3. Decolonizing the Mind, Part 3. Therefore, we must continue. As I said, if you have any opposing arguments, we never shy away from such. Please, you come in and make your point, and we listen to each other, because this is our parliament. You understand? Therefore, I have our brother, one of us, as the first caller, Mazi Obinna Mazi Metusela. And there, well, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening, my brother. I want to thank you.
There, well.
Yes. For those watching and listening to you, my name is Mazi Obinna, popularly known as Metusela. I just want to start to thank those of you that organized today's program and our dear listeners. Like you rightly said, it's just like we are in the age of enlightenment, so we don't need to shy away to confront issues, and we still want to urge our brothers that the gospel does not start today. We are following the leader of the people of Biafra. He have started this a long time ago, of which I have heard him having a one-on-one discussion with Mazi Jonathan during I think that was in 2015 or thereabout, and this is what he exposed to us that made us to go into research and begin to learn on our own. So I want our people to open their brain. Sometimes you don't need to be rigid, because when you fix your mind somewhere and you are being taught not to allow yourself to go into other ways of reasoning, so that you can now learn from others. Just like he said, Mazi Jonathan organizing this program does not mean that he's perfect. He is there also to learn from those that are going to call, and at the same time to argue very, very respectfully, and then to bring the best out of ourselves, which is what we are urging. I wouldn't want to overflow issues. I want to base my calling on the enlightenment movement, which Mazi and Nnamdi have talked about some times ago, that made me to go deeply and continue reading. And the more I read, the more I discover a lot of things. And knowledge is indeed power. Knowledge is very, very powerful. And now I begin to know what people are missing, who don't have the opportunity to begin to, research on their own as a result of maybe the system they find themselves in. And that is why it's very difficult. And I want to urge many of us that are teaching to also take it very easy, because we may not know what they are. The way we analyze things, the way we reason differs very, very greatly from the way they see things. But yes, so because they are being influenced by the environment they find themselves. The only people that sometimes I begin to regret and begin to wonder if they are human at all is those that are also in us here in Europe and in America and in other developed countries where things are functioning. And upon all what I've seen, they still bend their head in, perishing in ignorance. Now, if I may put it in this way, the age of enlightenment, which they call it the age of reason, it's just like what is happening today in Biafra. Because when I was reading about this age of reason, I asked myself, what was the cause? Because sometimes you don't need to begin to read this. You want to know what brought about this age of enlightenment. You now begin to see that it's almost similar to what we are seeing today in Biafra. This is the reformation of Protestants, and it began to lead to so many things. Even it led to a scientific revolution. So it was an intellectual and a philosophical movement. And this occurred in Europe in 17th and 18th centuries, as many of us know. It's a global influence, and it is what is going on today in African soil. This is not just only limited to IPOB. If you watch what is going on today, you can see that some other African countries are rising up. What happened in Kenya recently, where people were praying on the mountain? So many of them perished. And I saw the Kenyan people condemning it in a very great way. They never said, oh, they have to die now because they are going to heaven. No. Some of them frowned at it. So this gospel we are preaching has nothing to do with IPOB alone. This is Africa in general. What we're seeing today is a revolution that is coming, and we don't want to be left behind. We want to be in the path because we started this a long time ago. So now this enlightenment, it includes a range of ideas. And where does it center? In human happiness? Because you need to know what is going around you. You need to know things that is happening, within you, so that you can, begin to differentiate what is good and bad. Because this is the pursuit of knowledge, and you can only obtain it through means of reason and the evidences of and the senses of ideas such as natural law. Then you ask yourself, what is natural law? And some of us that are philosophers and the psychologists, sometimes there's a lot of job that so many of us need to be doing, because we are distinguished academically in different fields. I was not very opportune to be a historian or to be a philosopher, but I know I did a little bit of it, and it helped me in a very great way. But we have historians in this struggle. We have philosophers. I don't know what they're doing, because this is what we are seeing today is as a result of unanswered questions. That is why you see us scrambling. You can see that our history, we are destroyed. I think we have a very blunt history and the system is working. You will see that this thing we are seeing now, you won't see it because the evidence is there for people to go and learn. Now, this natural law is a system of law that based on the close observation of human nature. Now, it's still taking you to the close observation. You don't just accept things as abstractly like that without knowing about it. You must make research. And just like what you said, Mazi Jonathan, there was a post somebody sent me this evening. It's all about building of an auditorium. And when I was reading, I was a little bit happy. So, okay, maybe it's like they want to build auditorium where they will be teaching people or factory. But behold, it's a 500,000 capacity Mercy City Cathedral in Abuja. They said in a successful event organized by the Abuja chapter of Friends, Sons and Daughters of Billionaires Prophet Jeremiah Omoto Efufui, General Overseer Christ Mercy Land Deliverance, they want to build 500,000 capacity. Ask me, what are they using that building for? To brainwash our people, to collect the little one they have and begin to give them hope that never come. So when you see us doing this thing, we are not doing it for ourselves. We are doing it for our generation that is to come. And this is where the freedom started. When we are talking about we are fighting for freedom, like Mazi Nnamdi, the kind of broadcast I was listening to yesterday, he was asking, why do you join this struggle? Have you asked yourself, what is freedom to me? When I said I'm fighting for freedom. So do you want to keep an instrument given to you by an European? You give one, there's two. You keep one and then you say one to get one. So it doesn't make sense. This thing we are still struggling today, like what you said last, I agree with you. We need to reform it, and we are not even chasing anybody away. You see this analogy of they want to chase us away, they want to kill us. We don't want to even go in that direction of how we become Christians, because some of us know how we become Christians. We don't need to shy away from it. But we said no, it has come and gone. This is our brothers. We are deceived, so we can't use that method. What we are doing now is this enlightenment, and that is why we don't want us to take it personal. So what this enlightenment, the doctrine of the enlightenment is the one that happened in 17th centuries. Is centered in individual liberty, religious tolerance. You can see that the religion is also involved, but the religion's tolerance, it can't just come and begin to impose things on your own. Begin to tell our people that if you don't do this one, you are going to hellfire. If you don't pay tithe and if you don't pay offering, the devil will punish you. This is not religious tolerance. What we are bringing is a reform. It's a kind of a reform. If you watch this thing, they are even called Christianity today and their Bible, you can see that our own life is there. They bring a part of what we do, a part of our life, mix it, concoct it, so that when you are reading it, you get confused. You read it, you are seeing about you inside the Bible. So when we talk about a reform, it is to begin to make these things work. When we are talking about going back to our roots, some people think we are fighting against them. No, even we, the traditionalists, there's a lot of things that are wrong in our culture that I see today. For example, in fact, I can't say it is not our culture. I hesitate to say it is not our culture. It is part of this evil act, just like what is going on today between the native doctors and S1. If nobody is challenging them, tomorrow it will become our people will see it as our tradition. Those days is also some of our forefathers they dabble into such issues. Can you say that is our culture and tradition? The answer is no. When we talk about reform, it's also part of what we are going to do. Biafra is our religion, has to go a long way in making sure that we put in place what is obtainable, what can improve society. Then, what else that this Enlightenment movement did in 17th centuries?
Mazi, can I come in? Mazi, before you enter
Yes.
there, let me come in. Let me just say something before you continue. Are you still there, right?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
You know, like when we cannot deny the fact that our culture or our cultures doesn't contain some things that are termed maybe outdated, if you think about it.
Yes.
It's not only our culture. For your information, it is no culture is perfect in this world. It needs every culture needs, you know, evolution. As time goes on, you start seeing to match the time you are in, and when you also meet other cultures, you start shedding some cultures and absorbing others that are good. That is how it is. So we cannot be ashamed to say, okay, although there are elements in our ancient cultures that is no more compatible with this time. It is true. It is not only us. So when we say it, you know, people are using it in order to fight us. Oh, you say we are going to go back to do this, start doing this, as if you study European cultures and you see the horrible things they did. You understand? So let us not shy away from it. The only thing that matters is the way we evolve and discard all those parts that are deemed no more compatible with that generation, which we can deem bad, but at that early time it can be seen as a good, because for them because of the level of intelligence they have that time. You know, human beings evolve. The more human beings go on, the more intelligent. If you develop your frontal lobes, the more it grows. Because Mazi, I used to ask, you see, aeroplane started being the first flight was according to record by the Rich brothers, I think in 1903 for 57 seconds. Okay, today, when you look at that airplane that I just built with cardboard papers, and the whole world was going crazy that there's something that was built that was flying on air, something that. But let me ask, today we have jets, we flights, you have even sending missions to space, satellites. Does it mean that the materials that are used in building all these things never existed even during the time of maybe 5,000 years back in this planet Earth? The materials have been there, but what lacks is the mentality, the brain to harness all these materials and put them into one thing, build them in order to obtain what we have today. So you see that human beings undergoes evolution. It's a real fact. So Mazi, go on. That is what I want to put there. Go on, please.
Yes. Mazi, you are very correct. Like I said, if there's no evolution in cultures of other nations, there won't be something like enlightenment movement, because they try to reform. Because this way, the cannibalism even started here. They used to eat human beings here. Olden days, sometimes when we begin to talk about going back to our roots, some people want to use it to mock and begin to tell us our forefathers are evil. And I wouldn't want to begin to defend some of the behavior or attitude. Is also the same in Europe here, and that is why they said enough is enough. Now this new generation have come and want to stop all those issues. We are not supporting evil. You can see the way we also challenge the fake native doctors who are masquerading themselves over internet, the foreign people. We don't leave them behind. So in summary, what we are preaching is to make sure we bring back the glory we envisage in this struggle. One day, I would want Mazi Jonathan, if it is possible, to organize a program where you can begin to teach people, deeply on what Biafra is our religion means. Sometimes we say it. Some of them don't know, the content of that statement. And all of them, you always say Biafra is our religion. When you say Biafra is their religion, in other words, Biafra supersedes any other religion that you can come under it. And that is what we were talking about in Europe. And I agree with you when you were preaching. I listened to what you said, and the thing touches me. I said, okay, is that why there's calmness in Europe that are Christians? They behave like Muslims in olden days, but now they are calm because these people have already found a way to cage them. And they are not even reasoning in that manner anymore. Things are there for them. Churches, like you said, pastors work here, they receive salary. And the government will not even allow them to begin to default individuals because the work of the government to protect the citizens. But where we come from, Africa in general, everybody is doing what they like. In fact, the pastors, religious leaders partner with politicians. And that is why during the election, they always come in the church and begin to tell the congregation who they are going to vote. So what we are doing is in a very, very good step. Now, in summary, a sister called me yesterday and told me that she's reading Bible, and she stuck somewhere. She said that was what Luke chapter 14, verse 26, where it says you have to hate yourself, hate your father, hate your mother, and if you hate yourself before you can be my disciple. So the thing touches the sister. She said, how can I hate myself just because I want to be your disciple? And she forwarded it to me. I have to look for a pastor who can interpret that. And unfortunately, the same preaching and at the same time teaching I got from a pastor that I called. He said it is called self-denial. In other words, we have to deny ourselves. I don't know how you can see good in yourself when you deny yourself, when you hate yourself, because you want to be a disciple of somebody. So these are the things we are talking about. Reasoning. I can't follow such teachings, I tell you. So in summary, before I round up, the only advantage I have seen in what we see today in our land as religion, were brought to us by the Westerners, is how to speak their language. Because if you go to in our villages, you will see a stark illiterate who've never even passed through a four corner of primary school. The way they speak, very boldly and arrogantly. Then you think that there's something upstairs. But rather is a cram work which they have crammed in their Bible, and they don't want to listen because the Bible told them that you don't have to judge. Don't go, don't judge, don't question things. And this is the reason why we are having problem with some of us that take it personal. And I won't take it personal, because if I take it personal, you know, I become a problem. It's a general problem that is in our land. I will make sure we eradicate it by calmly and teaching people how to reason. It's all about logical reasoning. So I thank you, our dearly brother. Continue a good job, and we are going to take it from there in our own platform. Thank you very much. And
you are doing great too. We must subject everything to the author of reason. As you say, this is not something personal. Never, never, never. It is never personal. We are chatting away, trying to make, like Melchizedek said, what is the cause of these things? Why do we start what we are there? After all, okay, the agitation, the birth of IPOB is due to the fact that Nigeria is not working. Had it been that Nigeria is functioning, do you think that there will be agitation for Biafra? The answer is no. When things are not working, there are people that must start asking questions. You understand? We start asking questions. Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu start asking questions. What is all this? Why is this, that, this, that, this, that? From there, you start making researches and found out that, look, you have to do something different. You understand? That is the reality. So, the cause of all these things is because things are not moving the way it should move in our land. You see graduates being churned out every year to year, from school, no job. People, instead of reasoning and understanding that, look, there is a problem, we need to build factories. Now people start building churches and be there and crying for job. This thing happened to the Europeans. That is what I read. I talked about it during my deposition. I talked about it. It happened to the Europeans, and they reasoned. They said, no, we cannot be suffering like this and be positioning it that it is this and that. No, let us do this by ourselves. And that is why they went back to reasoning. I have callers already there. Please, I crave your indulgence. Mazi Joe Agafe, please. I urge callers, please, if you may, use highest 4 minutes in order to make your deposition, because many people are calling. Thank you very much. Mazi Joe Agafe, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you, Mazi. A very good evening to you. Mazi, I am going to delve into a little bit into history. What I have come to understand is that our people don't know the place of history in our lives today. Most of them are busy, using their airtime or their time on the internet to do things that will not benefit them and their lineages in the future. I just want to quickly define it a little bit so that people that are listening will understand. From here, it says, history is the systemic study and documentation of the past. In history, the key concepts are sources, evidences, continuity, and change. I'm going to underline that change. It is a thing that is happening to us, especially in people who do not understand that change is it's something that needs to occur so that there can be development. Just like you said about the French, thinkers, they brought about change into the way their people were thinking, and today it's metamorphosed all over Europe. The church is just below. The city-states are the one taking care of the churches, especially where I reside here in Europe. Causes and effect, significance, perspective, empathy, and constability. Now, a certain Major A. Gilead had said that to get a clearer and thorough and temperament of the people, it is, I think, essential first to obtain a comprehensive grasp of their religion, of their religion even before attempting to master their laws and customs. Mazi, do you understand that? To understand their religion, to understand the indigenous people's religion, so that they know how important their religion is to them, because they know that if they get hold of their religion, that is all. Their spiritual life is finished. Also, a certain Professor Radcliffe Brown also wrote that we cannot, as Foster the Collage says, understand the social, judicial, and political institutions of the ancient societies unless we take religion into account. But it is equally true that we cannot understand the religion except by an examination of its relation to the institution. The religion of Igbo to the examination of its relation to the relating to the institution of the colonizers. Sometimes our people do not want to learn. I know that it maybe it's because of the level of poverty in that zoo that makes people not to be able, to go further to learn about their past. Also, Mazi, there is something I want to get. There's this thing that you have always been saying in Daniel 2, verse 32.
Daniel 11.
That those that know their God shall be strong and carry out great exploits. Our people do not understand what that thing means. There was this king, King Mesha of Moabite, that sacrificed his eldest son, who was to succeed him as king, and offered him as a sacrifice on the city wall. And a great indignation fell against the Israelites. Remember, Israel and 2 other countries went to fight this man, but the indignation fell more against the Israelites. People don't understand that, like the first one, Daniel 2 said, those that know their God, King Mesha knew his deity that he was worshipping. That was the reason why he could do greater things against the Israelites that came with their own deity named God.
Mazi, can I say something here? Like the place you quoted, what you quoted on is it 2 Samuel chapter 3 verse something about the Moabite, yes, the Moabite god, Moabite king that sacrificed his son, killed his son. When you say sacrifice, he killed his son in order to make his people win a war against the Israelites. Do you see that time? As of that time, it was he will be seen as a very great man of valor, courageous man, because he invoked their deity by killing somebody, which means killing it was allowed because it's their culture that time. It was their religion. But do you see, according to human evolution, can somebody do it today? You will be arrested and charged for murder. Do you see that? Do you see how things work? But when we talk about like our traditions, people will say, oh, you want us to go back to our valley? Oh, look at how today they start telling you what happened in our land in 2,000 years back, that it is like that. That is why I continue saying that no culture, no tradition is perfect. It changes with time, according to human evolution. The more human beings go, the more we become wise and knowledgeable. That is the world. That is how it is. It is better we rally around and build the world we are in. We build it into our test. That is what pushed the Europeans to start what they are doing, the revolutions, enlightenment. You understand? So go on, Mazi, go on.
Yes.
Go on.
So, Mazi, I want to take us a little bit back to change. Change is a constant thing in life. Life evolves from the 10th century, 11th, 12th, down to this 21st century. Things mechanized, they changed. Our people have not understood that we need a change for us to become a better people. Mazi, in this place that I am, I saw a foundation. They dug a foundation. Before I knew what was happening, they have done the ground. They covered it with a lot of concrete. Why did they do that? Because in all their houses here, they have this underground that is built, that is made very strong. In place of when there is war, people will see where to go and
Yes, the basements.
you know, get developments. Yeah, you know, these people, their thinking changed after First World War, entered the Second World War, and now we now understand that all houses must have it, and that is where it has been. The houses that they were supposed to build on, that they built it all up, as in it's, the ceiling is like an apartment also. That is change. Our people don't understand that change is a constant in his life. Our people need to learn history. Mazi, history, I don't know how it can be done. We need a Torah for the thought of history to our people. Maybe it will help in to ginger them to reason properly. To do it, Mazi.
Of course.
Mazi.
There will you see Mazi Udodrege. We must continue.
Mazi, can I make a comment on that?
Okay, go on, please.
Yes, thank you for the two speakers that have contributed. Mazi Metusela, I always watch his program. He's doing a great job, and a whole lot of others. And obviously, the last question, the last contributor. The question of change is central. How can whether you are active? The question is: are we active in the cause of change, or are we passive? Are we creating our world, or is just life happening on us? And in our own context, in Africa and as colonized indigenous people, it's as if the life we just existing and the life is just happening on us. We are not actively making decisions and making choices in relation to the change. We are not determining our change. We are not agents of our actions and our change in our own environment. It's as if we are passive. We are receiving the effect of change. Let it happen to us, But again, the purpose of reason as a critical human being, as someone who is rational, is that you change the course of things. You become the agent of change, not just a recipient of the consequences of change. And so we, in Africa, what we have, and again, this is because of religious indoctrination, is over time our people have become consumerists. We consume ideas, whatever is decided in Rome, we accept it. That's the faith for us. Whatever that's decided on a political level, global politics, we accept that. We consume other people's decision. So other peoples are actively engaging in their own development. They are agents of their own change. As what I said before, being an agent of your action is the uttermost demonstration of the use of reason. So that means you are an intelligent being, you are critical, you are making use of your reason. So I like that contribution of the idea of change. But we should not be passive, we should be active in a change. And to be active, we have to switch off this whole indoctrination area, and then put on the cap of thinking as a rational human being, which other part of the world, Western society have done. And we could see the impact of that and where they are. So thank you so much.
I have Mazi Ezekulie. Mazi Ezekulie, can you hear me? In Anom?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you.
Thank you. Clear. Thank you for holding on. It's not easy. Many people are calling.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes. Yeah, Mazi, good evening. Fellow Biafran, good evening. This your program of Saturday is very interesting because that is what is holding us down, religion. Just like the Yoruba man, the Navy officer that was making some statements, there are so many things he says there that is very, very important for us to learn something from there. He said the major problem, he said the point of gravity is religion. And then few days ago, someone sent me a video in WhatsApp. He don't even know the meaning of that video he sent me. That video speaks volume. I begin to listen and analyze this video, I now discover the Nigeria Biafra genocidal war was well planned, well organized. It was well planned in European country. Catholic Church was involved in planning that war. Later, I will send you this video. You take a time and look at this video thoroughly. Do you know it was a religious war that was fought against us in Igbo land to convert us to Catholicism? During that war, during the beginning of that war, there was this blockade. It was artificially done. It was well-organized blockade. The Irish Republic then, who are mainly Catholic, was designated to be sending relief. That is what we call Caritas. They were sending relief in the entire Biafra land. And this relief, do you know where they send it to? To all the Catholic Church, not even in Anglican Church, because I was there. In one of the area that I live, there is this Catholic Church, and there is Anglican Church the other side, there is this Methodist Church the other side. There was no relief in those two churches, but there was this relief in that Catholic Church, where people rushed to go there and take their relief materials and all that and all that. And it happened all over Biafra land. And you have this priest, white priest, who was then was giving people Last Supper, was organizing people. These are refugees. He was even making mention of how Owerri fall, and then the people were rushing down to hinterland where they can hide themselves. And there is, in this particular church, is where the refugees normally gather themselves. And right there, they were Christianizing them. So 99% of the people that comes there, even 100% of the people that come there, didn't come there because of religion. They come there thinking that they could have some help. But right in there, they were all Christianizing them, giving them Last Supper. And then the man was talking about the Feast of Our Lady. What has Feast of Our Lady celebrated got to do with the civil war we are fighting? So you can see this war was fought in two ways. One, to defeat us. Two, to remove us from our ancestral spirit and then place us on artificial way of worship, which is Reformed European paganism. That is what Christianity is all about. Reformed European paganism. So this particular program is very important. Fellow Biafran, I wish you all will be listening to this program and act upon it. Because not tomorrow, being Sunday, the day they celebrate their son, you as a fellow Biafran, a freedom fighter, will find yourself in the church. Then right there, you'll be listening to the story of the lion was ill, and he did not go out for 3 days. And he asked all the other animals to come to see him. And he told them he was unhappy and wanted somebody to talk to. And all the animals went there. But the tortoise did not go there, because the tortoise discovered that the food that goes in, there was none that comes out. And you ask me, how did the lion was able to disseminate this information to the rest of animals? So you can see that the Bible was written by the wise people of European country. It has nothing to do with God. And all the whole characters of the Bible is European behavior. It's European behavior. They wipe out a tribe. They kill these people. They do this. They do so many terrible things just for their own interest, future interest. They program Africa for 300, even 1,000 years to come. They have programmed us what we will be. So if we cannot extricate ourselves from this evil religion they brought in our land, evil religion, that is religion. That religion you see there is evil. That is the main problem we are having. Even in this struggle, I have said it time without number. If you are a freedom fighter, extricate yourself from anything religion, because it is evil. It was created to control you. It was created to control the minds of people, the spirit of people. to checkmate your growth, to checkmate your spiritual growth, draw you back and fix you somewhere where you cannot even react, where you cannot even know the God that created you, because there is a spirit that lives in you. You will not know him. You know that very particular spirit. You will always go to look for a priest who will not tell you what to do and what to not to do. And in that vein, he will not begin to exploit you spiritually. So I will just stop here, but I will plead to fellow Biafra, if you are really interested in liberation, spiritual liberation, physical liberation, you have to extricate yourself from this particular evil religion, European religion, Arab religion. They are not religion. They are just instrument of slavery. Spiritual slavery is the worst thing that can happen to a woman. They blindfold you. They will use you. Look at how they are buying our land. Look at what they are doing in Igbo land. Look at the whole land is being bought by them. And tomorrow, Iwanya will say, stay in Lagos, stay in Lagos. While right inside the village, they are buying the choicest land there. I think I'll stop so far. Thank you for this evening. I'm always interested in listening to your voice. You have a very powerful voice. Let me remind you again. And I pray that God will keep you to continue with this particular program you are dishing out to us, because it's very, very important to our life and for this struggle to succeed. Thank you, Mazi.
We are all in this together, honestly. You know, let me also remind you, like what I said during the body of our submission. You see what France did and what they are trying to do now. In as much as they cannot be able to eradicate Islam in their country now. You know, it's Arabic religion. It has Oguigo. You know what they did, what they are doing? To indigenize it. Make it now, cut it off from foreign influence, because that is the foreign influence on religions is what brings problems much. It turns people against their own brother. That is the main thing we are suffering. I'm telling you. How can you turn brother against brother? Because of foreign religion, because of belief system. Had it been we indigenize it, look at Russia. Russia has Orthodox Christianity, Orthodox Christian that is independent of Rome. The same thing with England. They have their own Anglican church. You understand? Which the head of the Anglican church is the King of England. Do you think that to get this is easy? To remove themselves or extricate themselves from Rome, from Pope, is it? Do you think it's easy? It cost wars, and today they are enjoying it, because no other can ever come from above for them to hate their own people in order to satisfy their foreign headquarters in Rome. That is the problem we are having in our land. They are using us as religious experimental pigs, guinea pigs in our land. Jehovah's Witness, which was just brought in from I think America. A brother will be fighting in Jehovah's Witness, which he don't know when it was formed, and the headquarters never even go there, against our Assemblies of God that has a headquarters in America, against Catholic that has their headquarters in Rome, against Anglican that Archbishop of Canterbury that want him killed, want all our race exterminated, but he's defending it. Do you see it? That is that reason we are trying to activate in our people and say, come on, a time should come in our life when we shall start asking questions and say, no, this is not normal. I cannot be in enmity with my brother because of foreign belief system that is being controlled from outside. Why not we join together as long as it is Christianity? Okay, let us remove every Nemo. Let us make it our own. And answer if it's a Biafran Christian, no Biafra Orthodox Christianity, no problem. So that I will not see my brother today as a foreigner or as an infidel, as a Gentile, because he's not at the same sect, no matter that he's in the same Christianity. Why? That is reasoning or Gogishi. It doesn't need the rocket science to start reasoning. Experience will teach you. We are all being killed. The buildings in Igbo buildings in Alaba International Market. Do they ask you whether are you a Winners Chapel goer before they spare you? Oh, you are going to the Oyedepo church. Oh, they will spare your building. No, they are dealing with you because you are an Igbo man. Why not we bond together and remove this religious belief that is dividing us? That is what we are preaching here. Because all of us are suffering the same thing. Why then should we be fighting each other? Why? That is the core, the core of our preaching. Caller on, is it Signal? Let me see. Yes, I think Signal. Caller on Signal, I think is OTC, Pastor OTC. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? You have been there since 23 minutes. Ndewo.
Mazi Jonathan, good evening.
Ndewo, Mazi.
It's been a long time. I never come to your program, but this evening, being fortunate to be on your program this evening. My name is Mazi. I'm calling from France. Abreba is my native land, and also it's a hinterland and a riverine area of Biafra land under the Umuahia province of Biafra land. Good evening, Biafran. Now we are talking about many things. Issue of our freedom. When we are talking about freedom, freedom is relied in many ways. Not only to liberate only the nation of Biafra alone. Because if we liberate the Biafra and we do not liberate other things, it's incomplete. Now this evening, what our topic or what the issue I want to bring that we can deliberate is the issue is mystery, because Mazi Jonathan, you need to go inside this topic. Mystery. What is mystery? Mystery is simple meaning is a dark, a light hiding inside the darkness. That's the mystery. That's the easiest definition of the mystery. Light hiding inside the darkness. Because if you take the light that we are using today, it comes from inside darkness.
Mazi, go on. Are you still there? Oh.
Then you ask yourself, when you were the
Mazi, why are you why is your this thing reconnecting? Mazi, are you on movement? Are you peradventure
I am
driving?
not in movement.
Okay, you are reconnecting.
I am not in movement. I am in the I am in the parking walking.
Okay.
But it's an open place.
Oh, that's why. Go on. You are walking. That's why. Go on. That's why your connection sometimes it goes off. 1 second. Go on.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is about the killing. The first person that they introduced killing is God Himself. If you go back the same book in this book, the same Bible, when Adam and Eve sinned against God, then He separated them, the holy place and unholy place, and at the same time Himself, God, killed animal and introduced them a cloth that they call a scientific industrial system of the first world. He inspired them how to use a skin to make the clothes and other things, and also use them to cover. But another thing the mystery I want to bring there is, why did God love Lord? Then every religion loves Lord, and every culture any culture loves Lord. Because when we are trying to discuss about the issue of Lord, there are some people who would not like to talk about the blood, because in the same Christianity, they say that they are taking the blood of Jesus Christ by a Holy Communion. And why did they take the blood? It is the symbol of as the blood of Jesus Christ. Then that's another mystery. The same Christianity don't want to reveal to their member. Then I'm not going that area. But the main issue I want to talk about is why God Himself loved blood. Because He killed animal and take the blood and take the bone, everything. But the skin, He give it to the human being He made Himself. He able to cover them their body and introduce them, and He inspired them how to make a cloth for the first place. Now, if you go to our own tradition, they will kill chicken and make a purification through the blood. If you marry a virgin, they will ask you that you need to speak to her and be able to open up the virginity is through the blood. Then, if you want to purify something through the blood, then if you want to please the land through the blood, if you want to make a foundation of the building or the bridge through the blood, then the question is why the blood is very, very, very important. And if during the war or during the problem of the country or a country to country, the sacrifice need to be placed is the blood. Then the question is why the blood is always applied in everything that we do. Even in this our freedom fighter, the blood must be shared because the blood of Biafra is sharing every day, able to give us the freedom for the people that are living. Let me say 10 million people were killed, able that we can be alive today. And now many of our communities is killing, able to the word to hear what we are saying. And tomorrow, if the mystery of the truth from the inside come out, then the world can say they can discuss, they can sit down and say, now let them give them their freedom because of the blood that have been shared. Then the question I'm trying to say, we need to sit down and ask ourselves why that this blood is very, very important in this freedom fighting that we are in. And when we answer that question, then we can able to reason very well because the blood is very, very important in everything that we are doing. God bless you. God bless you. And bye-bye.
Ndewo Mazi, Pastor Otisi Ndewo. Thank you very much. A call from France, which is I talked about today. That's it. A caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Thank you for being there, holding on for how long? Let me see. For 21 minutes. It's not easy. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Welcome to the program.
Yeah. Hello, Mazi. Good evening.
Ndewo Mazi.
Yeah, Mazi. I remember when you are calling from my location. Hello?
Mazi, go on. Okay. People are listening.
Okay. Go on. Okay, Mazi. I remember when you are calling from my location. Mazi. Adding up to what Mr. said before. I want to say that that the reform we are talking about, so people, because people are misunderstanding what we are doing. We take some things that is good in the Bible also. We are not rejecting Christian or whatever. We want to reform it to make it better on our own way. This is what we are saying. We are not going to earlier. We are not going to worship idol. We want to reform this Christianity to make it better. That's what we are saying. We want to make Christianity better. We remove all the illusion that is European.
Better for Mazi, not Mazi. Let me put something. Add something. Better for us. Yeah. For us. That is the key point. They are not better for as an institution to other people, but for us. Anyway, we can put it for us, for our own betterness. That is it. Go on, Mazi.
Yes, for our own betterness. That's why that's what we are saying. We are not calling our people to go watch the idol. People must understand this. Because I think this is where if they really understand that what we are saying is to modify this Christianity to our own betterment, they should understand it this way so that they will not get us wrong. So we are not fighting Christianity. No, we want to make it better. We want to make it better for our own success and benefit. These people understand this. That's what I want to add there. You see, but a time will come. If our people before your people need to be used by force, for this deliverance, we will apply force. If time reach, when the time comes, if they want to still going in this way, we will apply force on this movement, so that because somebody who is taking part of loss will not understand until you redirect him or her to come out from that part, to understand that he is taking the bad part. Talking about the colonization of mind, because people should understand. When we are growing up, we always believe that European colonized us, this and that. They brought many things. They brought whatever to us. They made us spend this and that. All these are the things. What these people meant by colonizing us, what they meant is these people they actually recreated us. These people recreate us from who we are, from our originality. They recreate us from what God created, made us to be. They change it. They change our original human being to recreate us to be like what they want us to be. This is what happened there. They demonize, they destroy our history, they destroy everything about us, then give us their own. They really recreate us, recreated us again. Second time. This is what happened. This colonialism is the recreation of human being. And they begin to loot our territory. This is what they mean there. What people don't understand. People always think they did a good thing to us. They didn't do any good. It is against our way. This is they do is against. Assuming it is now, we will accept them to colonize us. What they did something that is against our way. And I say when the time comes, we will take them to court to compensate. This thing, European must pay this for this time they did in our life. They must pay for this. They must pay for this. They think now, and doing that, this is where the Christianity started very, very well, and the foreign religion. This is where it worked well because the targeted mind. They use it to capture people's mind. This is where it did the damage, the danger of Christianity. They really like it is Christian. It is that religion they use to recreate us because it is mind game. That's where the mind. That's where the spiritual aspect of that colonialism is on the religion. That is the spiritual aspect of it. That's the way Christianity did the work, did the damage. So they really make our people, really make our people docile. Make our people and deprive people from knowing. And you see the very dangerous work of this Christianity because it will make people to not inhibit people from knowing or facing the realities of life. It will make you not to be objective in life. You will not face it will deprive you from knowing the reality, what the reality of life. No, you will live in fantasy. It not make people to use the ability of thinking critically. Deprive you from thinking critically about yourself. Because this is what will lead to change. When you think critically, then you will make change. But this Christianity will make you not to think. It will really make you not to think. It make you useless. It make you docile. You will know what you're doing. You just follow what they say. You see, as they always do. They always send down their doctrine for Catholic. I think every Sunday. I don't know if they see you doing it now. They hand out the preaching from Rome to every church or every Catholic church. That thing they will do. They will read for every. Same thing with the Anglican. They will not pass this reading from England to every Anglican church.
Mazi.
Is it worship? Is this worship or is this worship of God that you want to worship something in truth and in spiritual? People are not telling you what to preach from somewhere.
Thank
we
you.
need to decolonize our mind. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very much. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on direct line. Are you there? Caller on direct line. Please go on. Let us limit our contributions to highest 4 minutes, please.
Yeah, Mazi. Yeah. My name is Chika from Obimbaba, but I'm calling from the Republic of Mazi, a client of Radio Biafra. Mazi, I greet all of you, and Hamadike, all of Biafra land. I say, make sure give all of you good health to continue this struggle and this religious study. It's not easy what you are doing. Mazi, let me just add a little thing in my own little knowledge concerning what we are teaching this to connect. Mazi, according to what I know, the religion we are talking about, Christianity and Islam, the person of coming to Africa, into the world, is for conquest, to conquer us as a slave. The true religion it was just for conquest, in order to control people, to make the people as their slaves for their own betterment. That was why they brought all this for us. After all, they kill us. The same way Islam has no stop. That was the same way they kill us in order for us to bow down to their religion. So we are not European, we are African. Our way of life is we are connected to our land. We are not connected to the sky that they force us today. We should be praying and watching sun, facing our face on the sun, on the sky. While in our land, we connect our land with our ancestors. Because our culture knows our we are spiritual people, we are not religious people. But today, the reverse is the case. The people today that are before all this, they are the ones that ask us not to dwell with the infidels, the unbelievers, but they held us over to the radical, another unbeliever, which is the Islam in the north. But today they are killing us and they are backing them in order to kill us. For you to see that this is just wayo for their own benefit, they know what they're doing. You understand? Now, again, if you come to the zoo today, the politicians know that this religion is a weapon of conquest, because as they are controlling them, that zoo, the pastors and the GO, they are controlling members as much as they can control. That is how their money comes. And the politicians are using them in order to control the people, in order to keep on brainwashing the people. So as the country is going on, the people will not focus for asking questions why the country is like this, why all this are happening. Because they are brainwashing them in order to believe that a spirit will come from sky and come and save them and release them from the suffering. Where they are already in hellfire, because Nigeria is capital of hellfire. They are preaching every day like this. Now, again, the divinizing the religion in our own betterment, yes, it's also good, but we must say that we are not Europeans, because they make us to know, in order to run away, in order to connect our ancestors, our land, because we are connected to our own land where we march on. You understand? Now, if we run away in order to connect to our ancestors, and start the reality to the ancestor of the European, our land will never be happy with us. That is why today so many things are happening in our land. Killing, everything happening because we have forsaken who we are. Now, diverting our attention to another foreign god that are not even nearer to our own ancestral land. We are calling the ancestor of the Rome, which is Jesus, our people are believing, calling God of Jesus. And they are calling that God of Jesus from now to the kingdom come. It will never solve their problem. The only problem, something that will solve our problem is lying in our hands. That is where we today are facing a hard, we are in a business because of what? This religion has spread over our land, and our people are carrying it on their head. And they will never know, they don't want to learn and read other books and make research and know what we are talking about. They have kept their mind, kept their brain. That is their brain is where they read that their brain. They will never like to open their brain and argue with you in order to learn. They keep on focusing, chasing spirit that they don't know, chasing shadow that they don't see, believing that a spirit will come fall from the sky and come and solve our problem. Why the problem lies in our hands? Because what is happening today in our land, the frustration we are having, the problem we are facing today was made by man, not by spirit. Nigeria are killing us, frustration of people, even our own people today are also manifesting our people through this religion because it has become a business for them. That is why today to go to our land, you see churches everywhere, not industry. But if you come to this Black Africa, Mazi, I can even say that Rwanda is doing well because in Rwanda, the president banned so many churches and asked the people to offer their faith to the author of it. That this is time for discovery, not for the time. This is not longer the time of believing. It is time for this discovery. That is why today Rwanda is doing well, Mazi. Rwanda is doing well in Africa. They banned so many churches in their land, even Islam. You see? So we think we can do it. We can do it and go back to our way of life. Not that we are going back to our way of life, is that we are going to worship God. No, we don't worship idol. You know what is idol? Going back to our way of life is that in our land, animal who doesn't other beliefs does not eat. Even in water, they don't eat what they call it anyway. These are part of our way of life. We know what is good, we know what is bad. Those that are claiming that they are native doctor in our land being evil, that is not our way of life. If you talk of native doctor have people that cure leg, and when you break your leg, even though that cure a papa, is also native doctor. We have.
Hello, Mazi. I think your airtime is finished. Although you have, we have captured your point. Caller on Signal. Welcome to the program. You have been there since going to almost 15 minutes. Mazi Perry White. Can you hear me?
Mazi Jonathan, good evening, sir.
Udochukwu Kabia Madrege. There war. Always vibrant.
Udodrege, Mazi Chukwu Gozegi n'ụzọ ọma nke ị na-enye anyị. Once again, my name is Mazi Fanye. I'm calling from my location. Mazi Jonathan Mechukwu Kabiama, keep you alive so that you still have a very marvelous work to do. That's my prayer for you. And I thank our leader Hamadike. I thank our HODs. I thank all the whole Genu IPOB Freedom Father. May Chukwu come and bless them. Mazi, let me ask you this question. I want to ask this question to those people that are opposing this great work. My question is this. How long or how are they researching to come up with a fact to debunk this your good message? Are they not having brain? What a brain? That's my question. What a brain to research, to know that this your good work, this is a great work which you are doing to us. They can see come up with something and they say, yes, this man, we appreciate you. If they say that religion is not the way of controlling people, let me give them a fact and figure. Mazi, any man of God, a priest, that he could start saying something that is bad or against the government or touches the government, you will see these religion people calling that pastor or that priest in order. And then have them not see it? If they say that they never see it, the way is not the means of controlling people and the means of conquest. Let me ask that person whether the person haven't seen that sort of thing in our land here. That is, they use religion to control our people. Sorry, I'm coming. So what am I trying to say? That they are using a religion to control our people, and our people don't want to change, and they start leaving those religions alone in the hands of these European people in our life. But as I'm talking to you, some assemblies of God come up with something last time, telling their people that anybody that talk about freedom or talk about or try to associate with IPOB, they will ban the person from the church.
Do you mean it? Do you mean what you're saying? Do you mean what you're saying?
As I'm telling you the fact, I'm telling you the fact. Their general overseer give them instruction not to even associate or talk something that maybe as we are preaching to our people from all ratification, try to educate our people that yes, this religion is a means of conquest, that Europeans use religion to control us in order for we to become a perpetual slavery. Mas, I'm telling you the fact. He give them serious warning, assemblies of God. He give them serious warning. Lord, let nobody in their church be a particular or member of IPOB. In my own, because I call it in my own church, our IPOB is the main church because we are saying the truth. In my own church, I have members of this church that I'm talking about. All of a sudden, they stop coming to my unit meeting. But I didn't send. Whenever I see them, I start preaching to them that I know the reason that your general overseer have already instructed you people that once you are particular of this.
Mazi, do you see what we are talking about? Do you see the danger of divided loyalty? Do you see what we are talking about?
That is it, my brother. But as it stands so, Mazi, never to go back to this great work. Anybody that is opposing this great work, I will advise you, just if you are one of us and you are opposing this great work that Mazi Jonathan is spreading, I will advise you, without a harsh voice, just go and sleep. Because we want to liberate our people. We want to make our people to see the day, the light of the day. We want to let our people to know that that thing they are preaching to you is not what God says. They are deceiving you. They are riding a private jet. Most of them have 5-6 private jets. But then we tell you to prepare your weight in the heaven. That's where you keep your weight and your mansion is in the heaven. But all of them are driving private jet. They have schools, they have hospitals, they have beautiful houses, even in their father's compound. But they are telling you to come and bring the little one that you are going to have the mansion in the heaven. But if you ask them to die to go to heaven, you see it happened. Mazi, it happened that a priest, a bishop that was kidnapped, Fulani kidnapped that bishop. He paid money for him to stay alive. Okay, to go to heaven on our so. That is the opportunity for them to go to heaven. But you will see them to use the money, the same money they are telling their members, the money, prepare your own money in the heaven.
That's where but you see them, they are using their money to bear their life from the hand of these murderers called Fulani. What are they preaching to us? Mazi, may Chukwuka bless you. Morning and night and evening, you will leave. Continue this good preaching. Mazi, we are not going back. Biafra is fought. It is forced them. Without Biafra, our religion is Biafra. Nothing else, nothing more. We don't have any other religion except Biafra. Mazi, may Chukwuka bless you. Bye bye from here. Good night. Good night.
We must continue. I have a caller on WhatsApp. We are slowly winding down towards the end of the program. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program.
Good evening, Mazi Jonathan.
There we go.
All of you that has been on this radio morning and night, keeping the fire burning, we are proud of you, and then we keep on asking the Creator Almighty to keep on instructing us and enlarging our knowledge to keep on doing this good work. Brother, you see, I want to just say something in this form. Like the other day, I tried to let our people know, just in my contribution, I'm calling from Germany, sir. You know, to make this matter easy for our people, you know, anything that has to do with money, if we are doing something, saying something, even be it a white man or a black man, immediately that thing come to money, everybody will now have to be careful or eyes open towards that. Like I tried to suggest to our people the other time, brother, the easiest way of this problem is this. Like this brother that just said something, like he mentioned what a church, and like an order a church gave to his members because of Biafra issue. He instructed them not to mention or even associate themselves to anything that has to do with Biafra. Otherwise, they will stop coming to their church. And I knew that there is other churches that underground indirectly instructing their members to not be associating themselves with Biafra. But our people, they doesn't say things like that. When something that is so serious is coming to them and their enemy is on, so maybe one way or the other, pulling them away from that, they will never come outside and speak. They will hide it. You understand? So my suggestion, keep on, as is continuously, is this. Everything that has to do with church in Biafra land, it has come to stay. They have using it against us for many years and they are still using it today. And for we to bring our people out from that pen, some of them are feeling that maybe we are fighting against the church or against the religion or their faith. No. The thing that we are trying to do is to bring ourselves, our mind back. Let us start to be reasoning as humans. Other people embrace this, their Christianity or other Muslim or whatever, they use it to benefit themselves. Let every ties that connect all these foreign religions with the indigenous people, we start with ourselves. We must cut it. How do we going to cut it? We cut it through financial area. The whole church that is being located in Biafra land, it seems as if that there will be a certain time that we get to, we will start to be implementing all these things. Let those church leaders that reside in Biafra land, let them start doing this thing. After donation or contribution in that church, they shouldn't be sending any funding away from Biafra land. I just want to remind us this again. Let them stop sending any money out of Biafra land. Like if the people that owns the church, if this European people, be it don't we see ourselves, anything that has to do with belief or religion in Biafra land, after their donation and contribution, let the whole money remain in our soil, let it remain in our land. If the people that owns it did not like it, let them give order for those church to stop operating on their own name. so that we will be able to indigenize this thing by in our own way, to our own favor. This is the only way that our people will begin to understand what we are saying. Because if you say stop going to that church, stop doing that, they won't understand what you are saying. You see, as if you are trying to, stop them from their God. Because when we mention about Jesus, some people say that we are fighting God. How can Jesus, your God? You understand? It's even an insult to the God himself, because it's not like when you come to a family, you are taking the right, the power, the authority that belongs to the father. You are giving it to whoever that is said is the son of this, the father of the man. Who is Jesus compared to that God? Like what brought a problem with today's Donald or whatever and the rest? How can you compare God and Jesus according to our ancestors? We have been calling upon Chukwu Abiyama, the creator of heaven and earth. If nobody knew anything about Jesus or Mary and brother, there was a time during 1990 something that most of our brothers or people are playing gospel music. You hardly hear them pronounce Jesus there. Like Obigwe them and many of them. Go back and listen to most of the Obigwe music or maybe Patobasi them. They are hardcore Christians. They preach gospel of redemption and repentance. These people hardly mention Jesus Christ. When does Jesus Christ start to exist in our place? This name that will make our people now never ever understand what as in the kind of mess that they are putting themselves into. It is training. Okay, now listen, look at the way they are, because of this religion, they insult our ancestors. The reason why we are living today, the Igbo race that we are talking about today, if not by the braveness of our ancestors, there wouldn't be anything like Igbo race today. By the plan of our enemies, they want to wipe everything about it. They want to close our lineage. But our ancestors, by the grace of God in them, they were able to fight and preserve where you call the land today. Go and see the Yoruba people. They adopt almost every religion in their place. But for one day, you will never see any Yoruba person on the internet, on social media, or anywhere, even on the street, castigating their ancestors, speaking down on their ancestors. I've tried to make it or flash around. I haven't seen anything like this. I have not come across anywhere that these people, even by comment, they haven't for one day said that their ancestors is bad. Their ancestors. Okay, when we talk about juju or ritualists, if you look very well, you know that Yoruba people are more high in terms of diabolical power and all these things than most of our Igbo people. What is Ijabote known for? Most of when we are little, somebody singing in again Ijabote. Ijabote these people they can do, if they even do human ritual that more than the way
till tomorrow, Mazi.
You understand?
When their king Oba dies, they will bury him with sometimes 8 heads of human beings. But all these Yoruba pastors, they don't publicly
this one is not
condemn.
evil to them.
No, they don't condemn.
They haven't seen for one day. You will never see it anywhere. Yoruba people can never come and stand boldly and castigate their ancestors for any reason. Is it only our people that know what is bad and what is evil, or even know how to fight evil in the public? This thing, even for we not to go violent against them, or maybe today, a madman never know that he's mad until you cure him out of that madness. So how that now? That is the more you go against your ancestors, they will take away wisdom from you. They even make you mad. You'll be mad, but you don't know that you are mad. So this is what I find out from our people. I ran about most of our people, and they have until I go higher and barra. And how to start to cure this madness from them is to stop any way that the authority, as in these white people, will have dominion into our mind by controlling our emotion and our brain. I are cut to every ties that connect our people with these foreign religions. Cut it by the money you are giving to them. Bring that money down home, expand and establish a resort investment that our people, these people that go to church, they will benefit from that money that they are paying. Their children will benefit from them. And the colonizing will turn against the ancestors. We have to name everything and name in our place, on our own tradition and our culture, the way the land wants it. Let me see how they will turn against that land. You understand? So it's painful. And because of this thing, most of our sisters and comrades on social media, you see the way they are misbehaving. Because of religion. It's unfair. So Mazi, I just want to say this thing. I stop from here, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Mazi, let me say this. This is not a battle of conviction. It is not something you have to do. Level of understanding differs, and as I said before, once you are fighting corruption, corruption is fighting back. There are people that are benefiting from all this, so they continue defending, their cause, no matter how evil it is. That is it. Let me pick this call. Caller on direct line. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, well, Mazi, go on, please.
I can hear you.
Mazi, go on.
Okay, my name is. I can hear you. My name is Mazi Chukwuemeka. They come from location.
Mazi, when any listening device, you move away from it, please. Your radio or anything, please. On a disturb.
Oh, I'm not with my radio. Okay. I'm not with my radio. I'm outside here.
Okay, go on.
Okay. I be receiving your program, so I am part of it. But I disagree so for certain points.
Mazi, in a use earphone. Any earphone?
No.
Okay. Go on. Ganiru. He might know on direct line so that no waste time. Go on.
Okay. So what I'm talking is that no matter anything, I still believe in Jesus Christ, because in the book of John chapter 1, he says that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He said in him was light, and the light was the light of men. And light brings darkness, and darkness is darkness. So Jesus Christ is the ultimate of everything.
Okay, can I say something? Oh, you are on direct line. That's the problem, because we cannot interact. You are paying. Go on. Complete what you are saying. After now, you can listen. You can go off and listen. Oh, you see it? We cannot interact because he's calling from Biafra land, and he is paying. That is the sad part of it. So we cannot really interact. But I know he's hearing my voice. The issue is this. We have been talking about belief, yes. But you can believe on anything. It doesn't matter. But the problem that I have personally is this. Why you believe in Jesus Christ, but you are going to Assemblies of God. The other person believes in Jesus Christ. He's going on Catholic. The other one believes in Jesus Christ. He's going on CMS. The other person believes in Jesus Christ. The same Jesus is going to deeper life. Now, that belief didn't even unify them enough. Instead, they started segregating against each other. That is where there is a huge problem. If that belief even make everybody say, okay, we are all no problem. And another thing, somebody might ask this. Okay, you believe Christianity came to our land since 19th century, I think 1857, the first time, I think, by Boston. Now, before that time, what were our people believing? That is a question that people need to answer, direct and reason before answering. What were our people believing? Why our detractors, people that hate us, they slaughtered us, they killed us for hundreds of years, enslaved us, bought us with money as farm animal. Now, after they colonized us, they separated us from our brothers. They put land borders for us, say this is not your brother. They put enmities between brothers. They impose leaders or rulers on us, subjugating us, raping our women, killing our people. After now, they brought the religion that they love us. That's the way, in our own context, I'm saying. For them, in my Ogo is for them. There is no problem about it. But for us, people, somebody came to your house, invaded your house and killed you. Now he subjugated you and forced you to accept his belief system. And you now, cool down and start defending it. Sometimes does it make sense? That is the problem. It has taken time anyway, a lot of time. It has taken a lot of time. Generations have come, born into that and indoctrinated into that. That is why we are talking like this. Because this thing, like our brother is quoting, is very sad that he is calling on direct line. Had it been that, for example, the Japanese that colonized us, he will be quoting the book of Shinto today. That Brahman is the Lord and Savior. That is what he will be quoting. Before you know, he start quoting, the book of Shinto. If it is the Hindus, the same thing. He will be quoting their book. That is, this is where reasons go. We need to reason. That is where reason should be activated. Activation of your normal reasoning. That is one thing. Let me, I have a caller, let me see. Let me pick the last caller, please. Caller on WhatsApp, you are the last caller. Welcome to the program, please. You have 3 minutes at the maximum. Welcome to the program.
Mazi, good evening, sir.
There we
bless you. I'm blessed Mazi Nnamdi. I'm blessed the head of DOS. I always twist anytime that I'm chatting in any program. I always write, God bless Lord Mazi Nnamdi. But many people are saying you're calling him Lord. Nevertheless. And also, Mechuko Kikabem, I bless you, Mazi Jonathan, for your wisdom to the Biafran, trying to bring our memory back. It's not easy. It's not an easy task. Coming to this church issue, Mazi, there's a lot of work there because these people are dealing with us with religion. Do you believe that even if you are a Catholic member in the same church, if you want to marry a member of the Catholic, hence you are not in this particular group called the Cartesian, you are not going to marry the lady. Will tell you that you are not in group, but you people are the same church. They just turn everybody memory that Ipa is fighting Assemblies of God. I remember years ago, this is it Jehovah Witness or Deeper Life, something like that. If you are watching television, they will be calling it that is a sin. But today, they are using television. Even them that is telling you that China is evil, they are not worshiping Jesus Christ. China made up a phone. Their pastor, their GO, is making use of phone, Android phone. They did not call it evil. They are making use of it. Now coming back to Biafra land, my brother, may Chukwu Okikabiyama continue to give you more wisdom that our people are going far, saying that this religion, we are not condemning anything, but making it use on our own side is perfect. Whereby, if somebody is doing evil, instead of pastor to tell you that look at who is doing evil, you know what he tell you? That you will continue praying that the person will die. But you are seeing the person with a knife coming to your family to kill you. Instead of the pastor to tell you or the father to tell you, confront the person with the same knife or find something that is bigger than the knife. He will tell you, don't fight, that God will fight for you. Uchima Azana the Kanu is always saying that that Fulani man come to my house, you are expecting me to kneel down and reading Bible or reading chaplet. Instead of me that I have the same hand, instead of me to fight back. But I pray that Almighty God will save us from this mess. We are in a very deep mess. May Chukwu Okikabiyama bless you.
There we
From Biafra, my name is Mazi. Good night, sir.
There we Mazi. Thank you very much. This is where I'm going to.
Mazi, do we still have time? Can I please come in quickly?
Yeah, go on. That is, we have switch up. That we switch up the phones. Now you make your closing remarks, please. I've kept you long. There we go.
Okay, all right, Mazi. Let me just thank all the people that have contributed. I was waiting for a lot of questions. It's also a sign that our people really are understanding the project, what it's all about. But I appreciate the brother that asked the question, and mine will be a quick response to that, and I'll use that to conclude. First of all, the book of John was written at about 85 and 90 or 95 AD, so after Christ, at the death of Christ. So, and it was written by John, as claimed, and who said that was Polycarp, and who wrote more about this book was Irenaeus. So, Catholic Church, you have St. Irenaeus. Now, what I want to say there is, sometimes our people just take something and run. The book of John you mentioned is emphasis on John was the divinity of Jesus, that through Jesus, the Son of God, the salvation comes to the world. So that's why he opens the book with the Word of God was in the beginning with God. The Word is God. Every religion, remember at this point, the Christianity was on its verge and is trying to establish itself as the preferred religion for Roman Empire. To do so, you must worship nothing but God, the higher God. It's like I was saying in Radio Biafra, the superior argument. You must prove that, demonstrate that convincingly that your God, the object of your worship is God, the superior God. All right? So this was human construct. These letters, epistles, whether of John or Paul, they were written to persuade first believers in the personality of Jesus, also to establish the divinity of Jesus. The divinity of Jesus was a debate, remained a debate until it was settled in the Council of Trent. The Council of Trent was in the 16th century, 1545. Before we take all this and run, let us remember that our project is to return who we are. And he cited quotation. So first, we don't have time because I wanted to say a lot about this. Because the book of John is about incarnation, right? And that the word become human. Christianity is the only religion that has this powerful assertion that their God has become human. That's what differentiates them. That's why they don't get along with Judaism, because God cannot be human. No other religion has that bold assertion that God has become one of us. It's only Christianity. But even that assertion should take us to the roots of what we're fighting. We want to return to us. Because those that colonize you, when they came, they said that you're not a full human person. We have to colonize you. They have to lie. They have to present all this argument to justify their atrocities. They said that you're not educated. We have to educate you. In other words, indoctrinate you. They said that you were pagan. You don't know God. So you have to take on our religion. You accepted all these things and discarded what belonged to you. You cannot know God except through your consciousness. If you don't know who you are, how can you know who God is? Now, incarnation that the Christian theology talks about, that God became one of us. That's interesting, because if God can become one of you, if He can embrace who you are, that means who you are is not originally who you are is not sinful, because God cannot embrace sin, right? If your human nature is not sinful, if God can embrace it, if God is so desirable for God to embrace that human nature, that means you can only find God in your own nature. You cannot find God outside who God is or who you are. If you can't find God through who you are, God will not have become who you are. All right, I know it's getting more complicated, but you quoted the word of God become flesh. So God became flesh, became one of you in Jesus. Even though Jesus himself never really assumed this position, these were construct, these were philosophical interpretation of faith, trying to construct the concept of faith in Jesus so that it becomes convincingly for the Roman Empire and for the generations to come. That's why you are convinced that this is absolute truth. You know, Jesus and nothing else. But remember, Jesus was a Jewish boy. But, Jewish people laugh at you. You worship him as your God. He worshipped our God, and you worship him as your God. It does not matter. You are holding this belief because you were brainwashed, and don't be offended. That's all right. We were all like that before. Myself, I've studied all this, and I've taught these things. But time comes where you have to really ask the critical question. Do not run away from who you are. Returning to who we are is actually returning to God. Because God made you who you are. If you believe God made you, he made you who you are. He didn't make you so that you can become Roman or become anything else, but to be you. And if he can become one of you, as you said, John said, the word become flesh. Assume the position, assume a human being position, he become one of you. That means who you are is not evil. That means you're not a pagan. That means your nature is only where you can find God, in your culture, in and through who you are. So thank you, everybody. And Mazi, Jonathan, I would like to thank you for the opportunity given to me to make this contribution. Looking forward to joining next time. There were
Mazi. Thank you very much. Now, there is something our brother said. One statement he just made now. You cannot know God or claim to know God if you don't know who you are. You understand? So, charity begins at home. You must know yourself before you can claim to know God. If like what our brother quoted from the Bible, in the beginning was made God, and the God, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was made flesh, and it dwelled among us. Is it among the white people? Among us. Which means we, unless you are no more part of this world. So, it's among us. If you don't know who you are then, which means you will not know the God. You will not know God. If you don't understand who you are, how will you claim to understand God? That is it. So, finally, the Europeans, they are very smart. They understood how religion is cherished in people's lives. Like, our people, they go to church, they embrace religion with all their might. The Europeans, they understood this. That religion is cherished in people's lives so dearly. Do you understand? That's why they smartly use their nation to replace religion in the hearts of their people. I don't know whether you understand what I mean. That thing they cherish, if they continue living it, now there will be chaos like we have in our land. But in their own case, they now forcefully replaced that cherished religion, that diamond, that gold in the lives of their people, which is religion. Now they smartly replaced it with their country, their nation, patriotism. And that's why they don't joke with their government. European people, they don't joke with their government. What you are using, what's in our land, the way people cherish religion, going to church, going to services, to go with their whole heart. If they say give, you give. Even you go and borrow and give. That is the way Europeans cherish their government. Anything their government tells them, they know that it is for their own best interest. They do. But if they see that their government is also trying to do something, they checkmate their government. Because they are part and parcel of the government. Do you see that? The people like Napoleon Bonaparte, the champions of European revolutions, They saw how religion is playing a very important part in human life. Now, that love people have for religion, a religion that can command people to be zombies, to be standing up on rainfall, in snow, under the snow are falling, then no person feeling, they endure. Even if they are dying, they are ready to. Now Europeans say, no, we need to replace this religion in the hearts of people with nation building, with our nation, so that with this wholeheartedness, honesty, they will now love the nation, be patriotic, patriotism, and that is why Europe is developed. That love they should have for religion, they now transfer it to their government. But it was never an easy job, I must confess to you, to obtain that transformation of loyalty. It's never an easy job. I read it now, you saw when I was reading it. In France, people run away. Instead of swearing oath of loyalty to the government, they say, no, my faith first. My faith first. They ran away. And from there, they started brewing problem. Talking to people, stirring up people to cause problem. It's normal. It's not what we are going on today. What is going on in our land today? Because these people, out of radicalism, fanaticism, or outright mischief or ignorance, they are doing all this. Imagine that we are able to transform the loyalty of these people, of our people, what they have to these men of God, to these churches that can command them. Do not be free. As an Assemblies of God member, you don't have anything to do with IPOB, and people will believe them. So good. If we imagine that we are able to transform this loyalty to Biafra freedom, to our freedom, imagine how people will love our nation, to build it, to contribute to building it. Do you see what we are doing? That what we are doing, what IPOB is championing, is a very tedious work. A very, very hard. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said this is the hardest job. Because we are not trying to restore another ordinary flag independence, African flag independence country like that. Oh, nah, another country is born again. No, I be line now begging. No brain. You see, every time. Look at Nigerians. Every time you ask them, we are rich. You say, how rich is Nigeria? They will tell you we are rich. We have a country that is rich, that have a crude oil, that has a bauxite. They continue mentioning gold in Zamfara, Californium, this and that. They mention natural resources. But you'll be expecting them to mention the brain resources. No way. Human resources. No way. Have you seen any country in Europe that say, no, we are poor because we don't have natural resources? The answer is no. Because they trust their brain. The highest resources of a country is the brain power of the people. But in Nigeria, Nigerians, the level of how do you call it? The level of mental alertness or awakening have not reached to that extent of thinking this way. And that is what we are trying to activate. Do you understand me? Many European countries don't have anything, natural resources or anything. Swiss, what do they have? All looted money. They organize their country so that you'll be bringing money. When you steal your money from your country, you come, they protect you. It's one of their natural resources. Do you understand me? But when you ask a Nigerian, oh, how rich is Nigeria? They say, oh, we have crude oil exist in the world. We have this, we have that. Natural resources. But he will never mention brain resource or human resources. It's very sad indeed. It shows how backward, mentally backward we are as a people. That is what we are trying to bring, upgrade and update. So that we start looking the asset, the natural asset we have as an asset. The wisdom, the brain we have as an asset. But we can only do that when we decolonize our minds as we are doing. When you start reasoning as a human being, not with the way you are programmed to reason. Look at our brothers. The only defense they have, I believe, he start quoting scripts. Ask him, do you know how they write this thing? He don't know. They just write and bring. He doesn't know. He don't care to know. He will only believe blindly. This is a word of God. This is anything you are, the mind are blocked. But we are trying to let our people to go extra length of trying to reason normally like a normal human being. Do not attach your reason to any sentiment or emotion or religious emotion. No. Reason, be neutral in your reasoning. Now you will start understanding. You understand? One of our brothers, he talked about mystery. That there is mystery. You know, when you talk about mystery, let me tell you, human being, advancement is making human being to ask questions. Because human being is the only living animal that is trying to ask questions, prod into some things that is not even essential to their daily survival. You understand that? Other animals, they only go and do things for their survival. Food, only food. They scavenge for food, reproduce and play and shit out and pee, and that's it. But human beings, because we are the only species that transforms our language to technology, into technology. It's only human being. You understand? Human being is now trying to prod, to enter. Scientists are asking questions. What is dark matter? Is there, when you enter, like if you check electron microscope, you will see that light, you will see protons and neutrons and all of them. You will be seeing it in electron, which means it has matter. Like light has matter, but there is no dark matter. That is what scientists are trying to find out. What is dark matter? Because darkness is just the absence of light. That is the primary definition of that. What the theoretical, just in a room where there is no presence of light, automatically it's become dark. Now, when you light up the room with a torch, the darkness just disappears simply. Now, does it mean that there is no existence of darkness? It doesn't exist as it's been accepted. They are still prodding to understand whether there is something like darkness or dark matter. Something you can, with a belief system, superstition, you write it off and continue moving. You are moving to where? But people are trying to ask questions, prodding, in order to find out. Because that is why we are given brain. The most intelligent human being on this earth is not even making use of 10%, up to 10% of his brain capacity. For your information, for you to understand what we are carrying in the head. But because of ignorance, we are misusing it. We don't know. It's just like somebody carrying going on the road, he pick up maybe a diamond that can make him that can change his fortune to become a billionaire. Maybe a diamond that will be up to a stone diamond that will be up to maybe $20 million. An ordinary person that doesn't know anything, he will be using it. He say, which kind of stone is this? He's just using it to play. That is what we are. What black people, what Nigerians are. They don't understand what they are carrying on the head. What we are doing is trying to activate that thing so that we start using it and stop this superstition. Believe. When superstition makes the people become gossipers, let me tell you, and believes in gossip. Instead of looking for knowledge and wisdom, people now start seeking for gossiping. That time you will be using in order to be, cracking your brains, thinking about how to better things, how to do things, how things work. That is why they say small brain discuss people. Average brain discuss events, but mature minds discuss theories. You understand? That is the truth. Theories. Things that are of importance to discuss, theories, so that you learn. You learn from the person, and the person can also learn from you. But little mind discussing, average man saying Manchester, but Manchester, the discussion of the whole day. Manchester, Boris Dortmund, that is the discussion. It makes you understand the level of people's intelligence. We are trying to make our people, make us to upgrade in our way of reasoning. That is what we are doing. Remember, Biafra is our religion. Biafra is who we are. Biafra is our ideology. We have no other religion except Biafra. If you have a superior religion to Biafra, know that you have not started. I'm telling you. You will be blown out, blown away like a chaff. What we are doing is to try to bring out the best in us, to reason. We are not casting aspersions. We want to go back to who we are, so that we can be in the world development section, instead of being follow. Consumers. We consume ideas, we consume food, everything importation, it becomes part of us. No. Why not we become one of the players in this world? That's it. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. Tomorrow, Mazi Chinasa will be here on this hallowed platform in order to expose or make expositions on certain issues concerning us and concerning our struggle. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here together with Mazi Ekene, it is simply good evening.
Biafra, ndị ngozi obodo bụ sọma, obodo doro nsọ.
The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. The far of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the Chukwa Biafra.
Ebe ka unu si Biafra, ebe ka unu si Biafra, gaimara Biafra ka nebozo kabiri, gaimara Biafra ka nebozo kabiri, Biafra ka nebozo. Ugwa boge anyị jala na loma. Wana be mo kana na lombo wana juno wasina Biafra na tago. Chukwu okike Biama onye anyị nọ n'aka bịa mere anyị ihe mara mma. Ugbu a bụ oge anyị jala n'ala nna m. Biafra balọma, ala Chukwu gọziri, ala mma na ahụ, ala Chukwu gọziri, the rising sun. Mgbe mbụ ka mkpụrụ okwu esi n'oji ihe nwatakịrị, o were aka ya elu aka fụwa ya ụfụ wetuo ya, maka na ọnọdụ ugo adịrọ n'igwe mma. Lee ndị ala adịghị mma, ndị zuru, ndị na-aṅụ ọbara mmadụ, ndị okwu ha abịakwala n'ọzọ ka ha kwatusu Biafra. Mana Chukwu okike abịa ma gị ka ị nọ n'aka, mana Chukwu okike abịa ma gị ka ị nọ n'aka, na anyị ga-ala. Ugbu a bụ ka anyị je nwere onwe anyị, ugbu a bụ ka anyị je ala. Biafra na-atago.
The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. The far of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the the Chukwa Biafra.